your own mic. Don't give away any identifying information. Oh, you know what? I might be able to charge this at the same time.
Yeah, just leave it plugged in.
Oh, you're kidding me. It's charging.
Nah.
How convenient.
Yeah, that's perfect, dude.
I got my bag on it. All right, so we're good?
Yeah, take a look. I want you to take a look, but yeah.
Don't mind
it's
us.
Almost lined up with that tall building, so that's in the center of the frame.
Yep, so we are live. We are live. Okay, let me jump up here. All right, everybody, we are live. Mike and I are in Washington Square Park in New York City. Mike's coming over. We got our custom sweatshirts that we made just for the show, or just for the protest. Do what?
Oh, no, I'm just talking to myself. Yeah,
okay. Yeah, so, also on the back, I don't think anybody's seen the back yet.
Oh, yeah.
We got to show them back. So, yeah, protest starts in just a few minutes. Got some people starting to gather, hopefully throughout the day. Yeah. We'll be here the whole 4 hours, so hopefully throughout the day, as they hear all us yelling and screaming, they'll come over and see what all the fuss is about. If you guys have any questions, Mike will be monitoring the chat on his phone. I'll do the best to monitor on mine as well, but I'm going to use mine for streaming. So, yeah, we're going to try and do the best possible we can.
If you have any questions, if you see anything, if you know anything, you hear any breaking news, because we're going to be focused on this more than usually. We're always trolling what's going on.
Right.
So for the next few hours, we're pretty much going to be cut off from the world. And nowadays, with the Third Reich rising real quick, 4 hours is a lot of time.
Yeah, a lot can happen in the news in 4 hours these days.
But also, how about this? Yo.
I know, right?
Fucking thing, man.
This has been a dream of ours. So once we started the show almost a year and a half ago now, our goal was to be in the same area together. And finally, thanks to, I mean, honestly, this just worked out perfectly.
It did.
The protest happened to be on his day off and my day off. I took an extra day off work to come here, stay the night. He lives in New York, so I crashed at his house.
Yeah, it just works, man.
So we're happy to be here, and we can only do it because you guys helped us out. So we were
and not even just help in any monetary way, because we did get some donations that went to train tickets, some technology, so we can make this happen.
Sorry to interrupt. Can you just get a picture of the back of yours?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Natural. So yeah, so we're really excited.
Oh, I'm sorry, I turned around.
No, we'll just stay.
No. This is funny. All right, thanks. I've never had anybody actually asked for my picture before. So
well, they'll edit out our faces because, no one needs to see this.
Yeah, right.
But no, awesome. We're really excited to be here. The fact that we have had a lot of people become what we refer to as our regular viewers. We love our family when we do our lives, and we hope you guys are with us today. But we wanted to make sure we get to show people that this stuff is really happening. It's not just an abstract thing. People are protesting. People are sick of it, and it's only going to happen more and more the more obvious it is that we are dealing with fascism right now. Okay. The MAGA people are getting pissed. They're getting, I don't know what they can do now because the election's over, but the MAGA people are getting pissed. And when the support is going to leave Trump, it'll be an interesting position for the slimy Republicans who will do anything for their votes. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what comes of this. But it's definitely fascism that we are fighting. More than anything. We're fighting Trump. We're fighting Christian nationalism. But we are fighting fascism. We are there.
If you're in New York and happen to not be doing anything for the next few hours, come on down to Washington Square Park. We'll be here all day. Come say hello.
It's a beautiful day. It's cold. It is cold.
Yep. We should be. USMC Angry Veterans here.
Oh, yeah. He's somewhere.
We're expecting combat events against Trump. Laura High is here.
Yep.
So, we've been meeting some people that we only ever talked to online or had on the show.
We might be getting the chance to meet some members of Stop Moms for Liberty, who has always been our strongest supporter. We love working with them, being a partner with them. Hi, Liz.
Yeah, if you're watching, we're right here. I don't know where here is, but we're right here in Washington Square Park. It's hard to miss us. So, but this is dope, man. It's nice to see people coming out.
So we're not going to be yapping the whole time, but we're going to leave the feed going, and then the fun should start soon. So
we might give commentary. Both of us are mic'd up. So
let me call up YouTube. Let me call up YouTube so I actually have it.
Yeah, check the audio if you want to.
2-2-1-2. We're going to start the protest against fascism in 2 minutes.
Nice.
Woo! 2 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get hyped up. We're going to start 2 minutes.
Let's go!
Come on, y'all. Fuck fascism. 2 minutes. All right.
The perfect intro. That's great. That's
Oh, man, that's
fantastic.
awesome.
What's up, everybody? I hope everybody's having a good day. Yeah, if you're in New York, man, the weather is beautiful. It's like 40 some odd degrees. It's perfect to be out, nice and brisk. Nice.
Good
and
weather
brisk.
to protest fascism.
Dude, I'm so hyped. I can't believe I'm in New York City. I haven't been here since I was like 25
Oh
years
shit,
old.
there you are. I just watched you go on frame.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Hi. How are you? Can you hear me?
I don't know. I have
Put it
my
up to your
volume.
ear and see how the audio sounds.
Yes.
Oh, sounds good? Oh, it's a little delay, yeah.
Whoa, I'm gonna turn that off.
What, is it too loud?
It was no, because it was echoing with itself.
Oh, because you have your mic on. I'm sorry.
Without bothering you guys.
Do whatever you need
Oh,
to
no,
do.
yeah,
There's
whatever you
nothing
need
to
to
worry
do.
about.
By the way.
Mike.
Hi, I'm
Nice to meet
Jeremy.
you.
I'm from Pennsylvania. He came up to visit
Amazing.
and come to the protest. We have
So we're excited.
podcast that we do together.
This is my first protest,
Yeah,
so I'm very excited. Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, hell yeah.
yeah, this is
Yeah,
really
we've
cool.
been looking forward to this for a while,
Me too.
wanting to do it.
Me too,
At
guys.
some point, we got to actually walk around and show people that there are people working to stop this, whatever that is. I don't know what it is we're capable of doing, but we're got to let people know we're trying.
I don't know. Bernie's been holding rallies around the country.
We
Isn't he
just watched
doing-
one this morning. I watched one this morning before he
Yeah.
walked
He's doing
out,
like
yeah.
the state
Bernie
tour
Sanders is going off.
anti-fascism
Man,
thing.
imagine if Democrats fought Trump as hard as they fought Bernie.
Yo,
Yeah.
like I still to this day don't know that he would have been a success as far as getting elected, but like he wouldn't have been a fascist. So there's that.
Yeah.
And to be fair, the Democratic Party did fight. Well, you can't have look. I don't know
Bernie's
if you're
too much
aware of
of a
this, and I don't
socialist
want
for
I don't
everybody.
want you to think. Wait, hold on. I'm going to do a right wing thing. I don't
Yeah.
want you to think I'm mansplaining.
Oh,
Right.
But you know, women are emotional creatures,
I'm gonna
and
crush my camera in
Yeah.
his hand.
or my head. You know, no,
So,
it's
it's
fine.
funny that we were talking about it earlier. Like that's how capitalism works. Like, or they, if you give the government gives money to poor people, that's socialism. But if they give money to billionaires, that's
And you
just
can't,
the
but
way
you
they
can't
think
give
they're
money
done.
to the certain type of people. So you can't help support women. You can't help support poor people, minorities,
Even
anyone.
if you yourself are a poor person.
No, I'm a poor
The
person.
people that
Totally
voted
poor.
for fascism,
I'm totally poor.
people that voted for this. Oh, of
Oh,
course.
yeah.
But the people that voted for this are the people that are going to suffer the most. It's always the case.
I know.
That's why Canada is always going to be better than us, because they actually said, we're going to protest your goods, but only from the red states. That's brilliant. You hurt the liquor
They've done a
industry,
full-on
you're going to get
boycott
people to
in
listen.
Canada, yeah.
Bourbon is the #1 selling booze in Canada, and now they are not importing bourbon. You're like literally sitting on my hand.
Nice. Can I see the
I
comments?
just want to point that out, Jeremy.
What?
I'm getting very familiar with you.
Are you?
You're literally leaning on my fingers.
Oh, what?
My fingers.
Oh, I'm sorry. My bad.
It's all right. Now you don't have to go for your 40-year checkup.
I didn't even. I thought it was the rail.
No, that was not the right.
My bad.
No, yeah. So I hope we get. I just want people that
Oh,
think
there we
that
go.
there's
There's
no point to
comments.
actually
I was
realize
looking
enough
for
people
comments.
think
No
there is a
problem,
point.
guys. That's what we are here for.
more people that show up.
Yeah,
some
just
point
share
it
this
becomes too
live
visible.
if you can. Like I said, we'll be on for the next 4 hours.
2. 1, 2.
3.
When I say, show me what democracy looks like, this is what democracy looks like.
Oh yeah. Woo!
Show me what democracy looks like.
This is what democracy looks like.
Show me what democracy looks like.
This is what democracy looks like.
Show me what democracy looks like.
This is what democracy looks like.
Show me what democracy looks like.
This is what democracy looks like.
Fuck fascism. Fuck that little hand motherfucker. Sorry, man. This is what I've been waiting for. My name is Rashad Bashir. I'm a stand-up comedian, and I'm also an activist for human rights. Because this motherfucker right here is trying to divide these beautiful people out here. And I can't stand it, and this shit has been bothering me for a long time, so I'm glad I'm here to speak my mind, speak my piece. Because fuck fascism. It's been really bothering me seeing what's happening right now. And I don't feel like there should be somebody that has to sell gold sneakers to get people to vote for him.
Mm-hmm.
I really don't get it. And this I'm sorry, I'm a little emotional right now. You got it. Fuck capitalism, man.
Yes.
Let's go. Everybody's out here trying to choose income over integrity. They're out here trying to choose income over humanity.
Yep.
Fuck that shit. We're about humanity first.
Let's go.
We're about humility. everybody, this has been a dumpster fire. I can honestly say
a Tesla
it's been
fire.
like season 2 of Squid Game.
Yeah.
Did y'all see Squid Game season 2?
Hell yeah.
The dude went back in the game. And he was like, I'm trying to tell you what's going to happen. I don't mean to make jokes, but I'm a comedian, and I just gotta
make light of the crazy.
You gotta make light of the crazy because it's too much happening on social media, and it's like tearing us up. Like we need to just get off for just 1 second and just step out and breathe. Walk in the air, say hello to somebody. We need to look and smile at people. Doesn't matter what they look like, what their background is. Because this is the time now that everybody of all creeds, all backgrounds, all sexualities need to come together and fucking hug each other.
Yes.
I want everybody in this crowd right now, just turn to somebody, hug them. I don't care who it is.
Oh, Mike, come here, buddy.
Hell yeah.
Even if they didn't take a shower, just hold your breath for about 5 seconds.
Yep.
Oh, lots of hugs.
With consent.
Yes, with consent. Actually, with consent. It's okay. My hugs are very good. Just sharing some heat with you. Drop your hat, sir. Drop your hat. There you go. I just want to say this is my first. And yes, I do have a preacher's voice. I know. You heard me on the mic. It's like, oh my God.
Wonderful.
Thank you. It's like, oh my goodness, who is that? Fuck fashion. If y'all not with this whole I call him Elon Hitler. That's what I call him.
Yeah.
First of all, how do you come into an office? First of all, how do you come into an office with your child? Did y'all hear his son? Boy, I don't know if y'all heard what the little kid was saying, but he said, "You're not the real president. Go away." Because kids say the darndest thing.
Yes, they do.
But I was like, he had that one in the chamber. He was ready to go. I don't know if we have our first speaker ready. I don't know if we have our first.
Jay McBride.
So we're gonna bring our first speaker up. I need y'all to, first off, let's get some energy out here.
Let's go!
Let's get some energy. No justice, no peace. No justice,
No peace.
no justice,
No peace.
no justice.
No peace.
Show me what democracy looks like.
This is what democracy looks like.
Show me what democracy looks like.
This is what democracy looks like.
I need y'all hands together right now for our first speaker. No, I need it loud. I need it loud. Let's welcome our first speaker to the steps. Coming to the stage. Coming to the steps. Are we ready? Please welcome Jay McBride. Jay
Thank you so much. This feels a little weird. Those of you who know me, you know I'm a comedian. I love telling jokes. I love making people laugh, get them out their problems for a little while. I love turning bad situations into something funny. And being on stage has turned around my depression more than once. Even this week, all I could think of were stupid jokes about how trans people could never be in an internment camp because we just turned it into the world's largest polycule. I knew. See, trans people get that joke. No one else does. But it's difficult to laugh or joke this year when I think about Sam Norquist, Tahiri Brown, and those of us who won't survive this year. I used to think I could perform in front of cis people and they would see trans people as people. They would look at the trans community and not choose hate. Instead, many people, including many people we thought were allies, chose differently last November, and now we find ourselves in this position.
Yeah, we do.
But this is not the end of our story. I came out 18 years ago yesterday. I only did to compete in the Olympics. And anniversary.
That's funny.
I was terrified because I did not know if I could. I didn't know if I could do it. I didn't know if I could face the bigotry, the hatred, the discrimination. I didn't know if I would have the strength to fight for equality, to fight to be taken seriously in any job, to fight to have my documents changed, to fight doctors to have to treat me like a person and not a freak show. What I didn't know then, but I've learned many times since, is that trans people are fighters. For more than 50 years, trans people, specifically trans women of color, have been fighting. And while I may not be related to Marsha Brown or Sylvia Rivera, trans people are the same family and we share the same blood. Fighting is in our DNA. When our community was being targeted by the police at Stonewall, we were there and we fought. At Compton's cafeteria in San Francisco, when trans women and gay men were harassed by the cops, we were there and we fought. When our government was ignoring the fact that AIDS was killing the LGBTQ community, ACT UP was formed, protested, shut down Wall Street, trans people were there and we fought. And when gays and lesbians were told they could not legally marry, protests sprung up all over the country. Trans people were there for our allies and we fought. We fought against Nixon, Reagan, Clinton, 2 Bushes, and we are not done. There is a man-child sitting in the White House with his entire political party trying to tell us who we are. He has no idea who we are, but he's going to find out. He's going to find out that we are descended from generations of fighters. We show up and we fight. Right now, our community is broken. We are shattered. We are gutted. But we are not done. We must fight. The gender they list on our identification cards does not define who we are. We do. And no, these are our rights. No one is going to give them to us. We have to take them. Future generations of trans people are under attack. These cowards are going after children, and we are the last line of defense. When I was a child, a trans child, I never had a community to look to and to look up to. I did not know where that community was. We need to be that for the children who are now being assailed with these hateful and unlawful executive orders. So I am choosing to fight. That means showing up at protests and rallies. That means supporting those that support us and saying to hell with those that don't. It means joining, volunteering, donating, or even starting organizations that work to combat these injustices. And it means not backing down. I'm going to travel this country with my head held high, my shoulders back, not letting these bigots intimidate me.
Yes.
I'm going to find my community where I can, give them a hug, tell them a joke, or just let them vent. And it means living. It means living my life and being here. We need, a lot of us are desperate. We need to stick around. We need to live. We need to be here. And I am going to be the biggest pain in their ass I can be in letting them cry. I'm trans and I'm not going anywhere.
That's right.
This started more than 50 years ago, but it's not over. We're still here and we're still fighters. It is in our blood. Thank you so much.
Jen McBride, let her hear. Jen McBride, let her hear. Are we ready for our next speaker?
Absolutely.
Are we ready for our next speaker? Come on, let's get that energy. Let's get that energy. Coming up to the podium, coming up to the stage. She's been seen on America's Next Top Model. She's written for Abortion AF, and she just published her book. Start clapping right now. Start clapping. Start cheering right now for Sarah Hartshorn.
Hello, my name is Sarah Hartshorn, and it has been an incredible honor to work with the organization Abortion AF for the last 7 years. And you should follow them on social media. In addition to traveling the country and visiting over 30 independent abortion clinics, mostly in red states, we have also tried to take what can be very confusing, convoluted legislation surrounding abortion, and we've tried to make it funny and we've tried to make it palatable. But I have to be honest, I don't feel very funny right now. I don't feel very palatable. And so what I would like to do is I would like to just take a few minutes to give you guys some information and some facts. And I need you to hold tight to them. And I need you to cling to them in the coming years. Because for years there has been an onslaught of malicious misinformation and lies about reproductive health care, and it is just the beginning. It is only going to get worse. This administration does not want you to know the truth about your body, about your comrades' bodies. It does not want you to know the truth about the power that you should have and that you deserve to have over your life. And I need you to know everyone gets abortions. And I will be using the terminology pregnant people going forward. You don't have to do the same. But if you have a problem with the fact that trans people and non-binary people deserve access to life-saving health care, whether it's abortions or whether it's gender-affirming care, you can eat me and you can fucking choke.
Absolutely. Well, perfectly said.
It was such an honor to visit these clinics all over the country, and I have to tell you, a lot of them are closed. There are a lot of states that no longer have any abortion clinics.
Ugh.
And abortion clinics do not just provide abortion, although that is a really fucking important thing, and do not forget that.
Yep.
They provide gender-affirming care. They provide health care. They provide support for underprivileged communities. I'm about to say a truth that is a little hard and it's a little rude, and I don't have time to sugarcoat it, and I'm sorry. When people found out that I worked in abortion rights, they always had two things to say. Number one, they would say, "Oh my God, I just donated to Planned Parenthood." Which is basic bitch activism. I'm sorry. Pumpkin spice latte of activism. Donating to Planned Parenthood is so well intentioned, but they are the Walmart of reproductive health care. Independent abortion clinics perform 90% of the abortions in this country. Which brings me to the next question that they would have for me. They would say, "What can I do?" And I'm going to tell you, donate to abortion funds.
People are starting to shut up.
Pick a red state. Doesn't matter which one. Google that state abortion fund. Give them your money. Yes. Because they are the ones with boots on the ground. They are the ones helping
Boots on
people
the
access
ground.
care. They are paying for transportation. They are
Get it to
paying
the
for the
people who are
procedures.
doing the work.
They are paying for childcare. Because another important piece of information to have
Because
is that
states
most
aren't going to be
people who
doing this
get
anymore.
abortions
Especially
already
in red
have
states.
children.
They're already not providing care.
People
It's gonna
with
get harder and
children
harder.
who cannot
That money's
afford
gonna
another, who want to take
tighter and
control
tighter
over their
for the people who
destiny,
need it.
deserve health care. And they are being denied it all over the country. Women are dying in parking lots because they do not have access to health care from a miscarriage or from an ectopic pregnancy. People are dying, and this administration does not give a fuck. And so we have to. And so I need you to donate to abortion funds. I need you to donate to local independent abortion clinics. That is who needs you. Here are some more, I know they seem boring, but they're important facts. There are 765 abortion clinics in this country. There are 3,000 fake abortion clinics run by religious organizations that run ads that say things like, are you pregnant? Do you need choices? Come into Choices Pregnancy Center. And women go in and they are lied to, and they are given facts that are not true. They are told that abortions are not safe, that they can cause terrible medical conditions. Medication abortion, which is 90% of the abortions done in America, is safer than Tylenol. Yeah, it is safer than a colonoscopy. It is safer than getting your wisdom teeth out. It is safer than a root canal. Medication abortion is safe, life-changing, life-saving medication, and everyone deserves access to it. Thank you. If you go to exposefakeclinics.com, you can find out more information about these fake clinics that are lying to pregnant people all over the country, and you can find out what you can do to help. I strongly urge you to bookmark that site. I won't be offended if you look at your phones right now. It's exposefakeclinics.com.
Did you hear
I
that,
keep
everyone?
looking at all the signs, just like making sure they're on our side. Like, I keep getting nervous. And I'm like, because I've spent a lot of time outside of abortion clinics with protesters. I've spent a lot of time listening to all of the hateful things that they have to say. And one of the things they always love to ask, that they always love to yell, was first of all, they love to be like, "You Jezebel," and I was like, "Oh my God." And they also love to say, "Well, how many abortions have you had?" And when I was super pregnant, I love to say, "None, but don't test me." But they were always shocked. They would say, "You've had no abortions. Why do you care?" And another thing they would say is, why do gay people care so much about abortions? Gay people don't need abortions. And I was like, "You are so close. You are so close. Oh, come on, baby. You are an inch from empathy. I'm going to get there." And they would always bring their kids, and they always had like 10 kids. And when I would get really discouraged, a lot of times I would ask them, I would say, "How many kids do you have?" And they would say, 6, 8, 10, 12, whatever. Once I met someone who had 16 kids.
Jesus.
And I was like, "Girl, how are you standing? Go take a nap." Like, we do not agree politically, but I think we can agree logistically. Go home and take a nap. But then I would say, "How many of your children are you speaking to?" And it was never the same number. And a lot of times when I would see these big group of kids, I would see one and I would be like, "That one's ours. I'm going to see that one someday." And I remember one time I was in Milwaukee and there was this group of kids. And one of them had a Spider-Man shirt. And I said, "Oh, do you like Spider-Man?" And he said, "Yeah." And his brother said, "I don't." And I said, "I know, honey." And then he said, "I know who you are. You're bad." And I said, "Listen, bitch, in 10 years, you're going to be saying the same thing with a very different tone, okay? I'll see you at that club coming. 10 years. I'm going to leave you on that. But I just need you to know that when you feel discouraged, just know that even in these red states and in these conservative pockets, kids are seeing the light. And if you can be that light for one of those kids, you can keep shining and our light will get brighter. So keep shining and keep yelling, and please hold on to the truths that I told you. Thank you so much.
Sarah Hartshorn, let her hear it, let her hear it, let her hear it. Hey, hey, ho, ho. Donald Trump has got to go. Hey, hey.
Hey, ho, ho. Donald Trump has got to go. Hey, hey. Ho, ho. Donald Trump has got to go. Hey, hey. Ho, ho.
Donald Trump has got to go. Are we ready for our next speaker?
Let's go.
Coming to the stage, they are a social media educator. Come on, y'all. Let's start clapping. Let's bring up the energy and let's give the love. Start clapping. Start clapping. To Bernie.
Well, that's sheesh. Thank you for being here. I am Klinget. My family comes from the forests of Alaska. My grandmother was a boarding school survivor. Multiple members of my family experienced the assimilation practices. Many of you are just starting to learn what my people have gone through. The information is only just coming to light. But this administration is seeking to silence voices like mine and all of ours. And I am here to remind you all that they have already failed. We are here. Our voices are loud, and we are coming together. They cannot stop us. Everything that they have done and everything that they will continue to do will only disintegrate their power faster. We are already winning. Their power is already falling apart. Judges have already started saying no. We have many things to celebrate this weekend. DEIA and the attacks on them are already falling apart. We're here. We have already won. And while I may not have as long of a speech today, since this is my first time speaking at a protest, thank you for welcoming me. My name is Bertie Sam.
My father is Bob Sam. He has worked in repatriation for over 40 years. He has worked tirelessly to bring dignity to the dead of our people, returning them after being stolen from our lands and our families. My family has seen firsthand what the system can do. And I want to tell you, we will survive. I am non-binary. I'm a mom. And I am so scared. But I am so filled with love today, seeing you all here.
Making me get emotional.
The Nazis might be among us, but we already have them surrounded.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna sheesh.
Thank you.
Bernie, ladies and gentlemen, Bernie!
That was beautiful. Beautiful.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're not gonna sit in fear. We're gonna eat our fears. Fuck that. We catch up. Yeah. I'm more of a mustard guy, but I appreciate it. We got our next speaker coming up. Can we give the love? Can we give the love? Let's get the energy. Start clapping right now. Start clapping right now.
Let's go.
Coming to the stage, Victoria Broderick.
Thanks for watching again, guys. If you could share this live on other platforms, let's get as many people in here as we possibly can.
Hi guys.
Thank you all for your
I'm
support.
Victoria Broderick and I'm running
And
for
on to the
Congress
next
in
speaker.
Tennessee's District 4 in Tennessee.
Nice.
There are liberals down there. I know it's fucking weird.
We know one.
I know someone else said fuck, so I'm a politician and I say fuck.
Yay!
Yay, finally.
So why am I here? Well, because there's amazing people here and they offered to let me speak and I said, okay, I'm going to do another protest meeting. But I want to show you that Democrats, liberals, progressives, even Republicans can come together to fight fascism. We have an opportunity to push back against this. And just because I'm standing up on this stage right now doesn't mean that I started right here. A lot of us have just started our journey into politics and getting involved and doing everything that we need to do to represent our country because it's an act of service. So how did I get here? Well, in 2017, I realized, fuck Donald Trump. Yeah. And I panicked and I thought, oh fuck, we're on the road to fascism. But, you know, I started getting involved. I started writing my legislators, Ted Cruz and Senator Gordon, which I fucking hate both of them. I'm still on their mailing list and I like to send the middle finger sometimes. Yeah. So that's how it got started. But in 2019, we moved back to Tennessee where our family lived. And I decided living in small town America, it wasn't going to work for me if I wasn't going to get involved. So what did I do? I worked my first campaign and offered my social media skills. A couple years later, 2021, I had something happen that I never expected. I got pregnant on an IUD.
Ooh.
My kid was 13 months old. He just turned a year old. And I thought, oh shit, what am I going to do? After weeks of trying to convince my doctor something was wrong. Well, unfortunately, I miscarried. And then a month later, I found out I was pregnant again. Because that's how that works. And 9 months later, I gave birth to a beautiful baby and didn't have to worry about things because it was 2022, right? Well, we don't quite trust him because he's not supposed to be here. Laugh at that. It's okay. But 4 months later, Roe was overturned and I was fucking livid. I could not imagine a world where what I had just gone through would be made that much harder for my fellow man. So what did I do? I decided to scream at people on the internet because that's logical. I became the friendly neighborhood liberal and decided to get involved with my county party in a new way and became county party chair of one of the 93 counties in Tennessee. Now there are 95 counties, but 93 of them are represented and I'm one of the county chairs.
I'd love to know about the other two.
Yeah.
Yeah, get involved. After that, we were working towards things, and I just didn't see myself running for politics. I just wanted to be in the room where decisions were made. Well, in 2024, I found out my opponent, Scott Desjardins, while on a district call, was going to run unopposed, and I said over my dead body. I might have had some liquid courage. It was a Friday night. My husband is here. He was there for that conversation. That was about the decision that I made. Well, so I decided to run for Congress. I knew I was up against a huge task. You know, I'm a working class mom. I'm pansexual. I have 2 tiny humans. I, work full time. And here I am running a congressional campaign, as well as I foster animals with the local Humane Society. So, I didn't need a little more on my plate. Anyway, so decided to run for Congress. And if you guys don't know who Scott Desjardins is, he's most famously known after being in Congress for 14 years for pulling a gun on his wife to force her to get an abortion. Yeah, that's Scott Desjardins. He looks like a potato too. He's also forced 2 other mistresses to get abortions, as well as he lost his medical license because he was trading relations. Yes, the relations that you just went to.
Jesus.
For meds. So he's not your cup of tea.
Sounds like a good Republican.
Well, I ran a fantastic race. I met some amazing people while I was here. USMC angry veteran. He is the reason that I'm here today. We became friends on TikTok. He just let me up on his live and let me start raging out against MAGA, because we debate MAGA so you don't have to. And that's how I got here. But I'm continuing my campaign. I lost. I know that. But I picked myself up and I said, okay, I'm going to run in 2026. What do I need to do? Well, I need to get more involved. So I became an EC member on the Tennessee State Executive Committee. I am stepping down from my county chair role, but I continue my congressional campaign as I'm running, as I work full time.
I think this would be someone that
I want to
should
encourage you that you can do
look
this
to be
too.
on Tennessee Brando's
I want
show.
you to get involved. Pick one thing. Activism is a muscle. It doesn't just come to you. I've had 10 years of fighting fascism, so I'm ready. I'm ready to punch a Nazi. So there's a Nazi here.
Any Nazis? Any Nazis?
Hey, Zager.
No?
This is where
No.
I say my
Are you a volunteer?
Yeah, no.
I was trying to figure out all morning how I could work that into my life. Okay, so activism is a muscle. So please, please, please pick one thing today you can get involved. One thing you can do. If it's just helping your neighbor, do that. If it is joining a nonpartisan organization and volunteering your time, your services, your expertise, do that. If it is running for office, do that. I have lots of free material, but if you want to Venmo me, thank you. And get involved, because we can fight this together. We can continue to push back. Bullies only respond to strength. I don't need you to punch Nazis, but I do need you to stand beside me while I do it, because I'm going to enjoy it. And while we're here, make sure you're telling every single one of your friends, every single person you know in Florida's District 1 and 2, that they need to get out and make sure they're registered to vote, and make sure they vote for gay, I can't remember her last name right now. What is it?
Oh, yeah, you're good. You're good. No, you're good.
And Josh Weil, because we can flip these seats. Don't let anyone tell you these seats cannot be flipped. They'll tell you the same thing about my campaign race. But if we show up, if Democrats show up, if progressives show up, and we work together, we can see and make change. So do that today. And as I in my TikTok videos, and as always, stay hydrated. Whoop, whoop. See you.
Victoria Patrick, let her hear it, let her hear it! The people united will never be defeated.
The people united will never be defeated. The people united will never be defeated. The people united will never be defeated.
Are you ready for your next speaker? Come on, y'all, let's keep clapping and let's give the love. Start clapping, start clapping. Keep clapping. And give it up for Ava. Say hi. Come on, Ava, say hi.
And thank you for poor man Dave Chappelle for being my announcer. So I wrote this all down because I'll go off on a tangent. Very, very neurodivergent. Yeah. Woo. Okay. So look, I'm fucking terrified right now, and I think that we can all say everyone in America is terrified because I see the patterns, and history is repeating itself. Captain G. M. Gilbert, Army psychologist assigned to watch the Nazis defendant at the Nuremberg trials, he said, "Sometimes I fear that people think fascism arrives in fancy dresses worn by grotesque monsters as played out by endless reruns of the Nazis' fascism arrives as your friend. It restores your honor, makes you feel proud, protects your house, gives you a job, cleans up your neighborhood, reminds you of how great you once were. Clear out the venal and the corrupt and remove everything that you feel is unlike you. Fascism doesn't walk in saying, our program means militants, mass imprisonments, transportation, war, and persecution. You know, on April 7th, 1933, Hitler passed a law to restore the professional civil service. The primary objective was to clean house and establish a national and professional civil service, dismissing certain groups. This law forbade Jews, non-Aryans, political opponents, and people with different views from holding positions as government workers, teachers, professors, and judges. Such individuals are forced to retire or were terminated from their positions. Doesn't that sound familiar? How about this? On July 14th, 1933, the law of revocation of naturalizations and the deprivation of German citizenship was passed in Nazi Germany. It allowed the government to revoke citizenship and confiscate property of German Jews of Romania, Polish, and Russian origin naturalizing during this time. They stripped them of their citizenship and they became stateless. Doesn't that sound familiar?
Yeah.
How about this? Fascism is when a billionaire class consolidates more and more power to fewer people by using hyper-nationalism, scapegoating immigrants, trying to get more and more power for themselves. Doesn't that sound familiar? How about this? The people who turned Anne Frank in were following the new laws under Hitler's rule, while the people who hit her broke the law. Now we have people like AOC helping immigrants avoid ICE by educating these immigrants about their rights, and many others breaking the law set by this Trump administration by hiding them to avoid deportation. Doesn't that sound familiar? History is fucking repeating itself.
Yes, it is.
This is what they want. They want to divide us, conservative and liberals. They want you to comply. They want you to be without hope, powerless, and hopeless to stop it. They want to crush us and our solidarity, rights, and dignity for all. And they are using fear and despair as a weapon. And this is by design. And as Joan Baez said, action is the antidote to despair. Captain Jim M. Gilbert, the man I mentioned before, also said about his work about the defendants of the Nuremberg trials. He said he was searching for the nature of evil, and he said, I quote, "I now think I have come close to defining it, a lack of empathy. It's the one characteristic that connects all his defendants, a genuine incapacity to feel with their fellow men. Evil, I think, is the absence of empathy." And I don't think you understand what we're dealing with here, but we're dealing with narcissists who lack empathy. In the book, The Dangerous Case of Donald Trump, 27 psychologists, psychiatrists, and other medical professionals argue that Mr. Trump's case, their moral and civic duty to warn America, supersedes the professional neutrality. That they explore Trump's symptoms and potentially relevant diagnosis to find a complex, if also dangerously mad, narcissistic man. And my fingers are too cold. For instance, Philip Zimbardo and Rosemary Sword explain that Trump's impulsive in terms of unbridled and extreme present hedonism. Craig Martin writes on psychopathical narcissism and politics as a lethal mix. Robert J. Lifton in the book on the malignant normality that can set in everyday life if psychiatrists and people do not speak up. if we don't speak up. We are experiencing this trauma under the Trump administration due to the cult-like characteristics of his followers. He has created unprecedented mental health consequences across our nation and beyond. And how is he doing this? They've started weaponizing social media accounts with such thing as walk away and hashtags, where they are campaigning that the radical woke left is a cult and that we are the narcissists. I'm not joking you. And if anyone like as me who has gone through narcissistic abuse knows that that is exactly what they do. They project, they gaslight, and they make you seem that you are the problem. I wanted to come here and remind you how we can stop this narcissistic administration. We need to set boundaries using our First Amendment rights to protest just like today. Let our voices be heard very loud and clear. We need to stay calm and protest peacefully because, as Martin Luther King believed, nonviolent direct action was a powerful tool in creating change, and disarm the current administration with assertiveness and confidence. We have to stay empathetic and fight for those who cannot fight or don't have the capacity to have a voice. We must take action without fear. Because as Nina Simone wonderfully put it, I tell you what freedom is to me. It's no fear.
That's right.
One more page and I'm fucking done. Okay, look, history is repeating itself. And we Americans must act before it's too late. Lastly, I want to bring up a speech by Illinois Governor Pritzker. I might have butchered his name. I highly recommend that you find that clip and you listen to it. It was a remarkable speech, but he linked Trump's policies to the historical playbook of the authoritarian regime, drawing a chilling parallel to the rise of fascism in Europe. And he said that seed grew into a dictatorship in Europe a lifetime ago, and it didn't arrive overnight. It started with everyday Germans mad about inflation and looking for someone to blame. Trump's administration is escalating rhetoric, and executive action should be a warning to us Americans. And as history has shown, what happens when leaders scapegoat vulnerable communities and consolidate power. They want to divide us Americans against one another, and this is by fucking design. The governor also posed this question to the Trump administration, which I would really like to leave with you today. He said, I just have one question. What comes next? After we've discriminated against, deported, disparaged all of the immigrants, and the gay and lesbians and the transgender people and the developmentally disabled, the women and the minorities, once we've ostracized our neighbors and betrayed our friends, after that, when the problems we started are still there, staring us in the face, what comes next? I want you to stay fearless and take action. Thank you.
Let's go, baby. Let's go.
That was some powerful stuff right there.
Absolutely.
I think it was all spot on.
Everyone say hi. So right now, what I want y'all to do, because I'm really loving this, thank y'all for having me come out and be the first host for you. I just want y'all to move in. Let's take a couple of steps, a little bit closer. There we go. Let's spread out. There we go. How we feeling?
All right.
You feeling good?
Yeah.
No Trump, no KKK, no fascist USA. 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 Are we ready for our next speaker?
You guys can't see me right
Come on, let's start clapping right now. For Steve Howe. Clap it up for Steve Howe.
Thank you, Rashad. Thank you, everybody. I'm so honored to be here on this roster of speakers, powerful speakers. Thank you, Laura High. This. When Laura asked me to speak, I was shocked. I said, now you do remember I'm a 65-year-old white cisgender man. You really want my voice? And of course it became clear we need all of our voices.
That's right.
That's right. Race, age, gender, doesn't matter. We are here to fight this onslaught of fascism, which is coming down a hill at us at this terrible velocity. And, well, you know, I can say honestly, in my 65 years on this planet, I have never been discriminated against because I'm a man, right? I've never been discriminated against because I'm white. And I grew up in a religious household. My father was a Presbyterian minister, and I know if he were here, he would say, none of us were ever discriminated against for being Christian, right? And fascism thrives on manipulation, and they so can easily manipulate some religious people. And the Christianity we're seeing today, I just wanted to talk about that a little bit. This Christian nationalism is so very dangerous, because we've seen this before from the 1980s. If anybody was alive in the 1980s, are you remember? Yes. Yeah. Or the moral majority, Gary Falwell. Those people formed this unholy alliance with the Republican Party back then, and it's still in place today.
It's called Project 2025.
Project 2025. Thank you.
That's right.
And I'm talking to you, Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. Yeah. Boo. The idea that Christians are persecuted in this country and need special protection from discrimination, it's ludicrous, right? And these Christian nationalists, also Christo-fascists, I think is a very accurate term for them, are part of our current president's base, and which is horrifying. And this new federal task force to counter anti-Christian bias. 3 words: waste, fraud, and abuse.
Hold on a second.
Because I came from a religious household, this is personal to me, and I think it is relevant.
Jeremy knows who's organizing.
That freedom of religion
web developer.
also freedom from religion.
Photographer.
The founders prohibited the establishment of a state religion of any kind. Thomas Jefferson, among others, reinforced that idea from the First Amendment.
I'm not sure who's.
Between and state.
Yeah, I think it's.
So I just want to.
Oh no, that's just our own thing.
And everyone else who's spoken and is going to speak is going to tell you so much more wisdom than I can today, and give you ways to fight back, ways to move forward, ways to save our democracy. And I'm just going to close with a quote by James Baldwin, who happens to be my hero and also gives me a lot of credibility. Because if I quote James Baldwin, wow, I must be, really on the right. Right? Yeah. But he was a genius. He's my hero. And it is about God. If the concept of God has any validity or any use, it can only be to make us larger, freer, and more loving. If God cannot do this, it's time we got rid of him. So let's go out and be loving, and let's fight. Anger is also spiritual.
Steve Houck, let him in. Steve Houck, let him in.
I'll keep an eye if you want to go.
Ladies and gentlemen, no matter what you do in your life, because we're not going to be here long, I will need you to do one thing. Lead with love.
But they're not supposed to tell
I
him
don't care
anything.
where it's at. Lead
which he would say.
Even if
he
somebody
was a
sit
cop,
next
but
to you on
they'll
the
be
train
able
and you didn't want
plus
to
we have
sit
permits and
Leave!
everything. And also Matt will be able to sniff him out.
Yeah.
With love.
Yeah.
Come on, y'all. Let's start clapping it up. Are you ready for the next speaker? Coming to the stage, let's give her a lot of love. Please give it up for James Rose. Clap it up for James Rose.
When trans people are under attack, what do we do?
Stand up, fight back.
Trans people are under attack, what do we do?
Stand up, fight back.
When Palestine is under attack, what do we do?
Stand up, fight back.
When Palestine is under attack, what do we do?
Stand up, fight back.
When immigrants are under attack, what do we do?
Stand up, fight back.
When immigrants are under attack, what do we do?
Stand up, fight back.
When anyone is under attack, what do we do?
Stand up, fight back.
When anyone is under attack, what do we do?
Stand up, fight back.
Hi everyone, I'm James. Nice to meet you. Thank you so much for having me. I do a lot of yapping on the internet. I'm going to do a little bit of yapping here today. I wrote a whole list of platitudes that feel like things you're supposed to say at an action, things you're supposed to say to galvanize people, and it is not what we need right now. Right now, I am focused on actions. What are the things we are doing when the cameras go off, when we leave this space here? Every time I come to an action, I feel so excited to see my community, to see other queer people, other trans people, people I love, people I know, people I dated. You know what I mean? That is the joy of this. And then we leave, and then what the fuck do we do, right? I think about how our ancestors walked this park. Many of them were homeless. Many of them were sex workers because they were forced into a labor trade, because sex work is labor. They were forced into, thank you, head nods. There are head nods, let the cameras show. Because they were forced into work, because they were discriminated against constantly everywhere they went. And I think about how proud they would be that we showed up here today on a Sunday when we could be doing anything. We said, no, we will protest fascism. We will be with our community today. I think about how I long to be in community with people that's not at a funeral, that's not at a memorial for somebody in our community. I think about how I long to be in spaces where we are just celebrating who we are. And that can be what this is too. It can be both, right? It can be both. And when I think about how we celebrate, I think we gotta take actions first. And so when you leave here today, yes, call your representatives and tell them to grow a fucking backbone, right? Our leaders, Queen Jean, trans activist in New York City, Queen Jean says they are our misleaders and they are lying to us. They need to work for us, not against us. Does your Democratic leadership know you will primary them if they do not stand up for what you believe in? Do they know that? Some of you have phone calls to me. But aside from that, there are things we need to know as fascism is sliding down a pipeline that is slicked with oil. Do you know who the local abortion provider in your community is? Do they make house calls? There's nothing illegal about a lunch with a friend. Can you become an abortion doula in your community? Do you have what it takes to fill space where we need people with skills? Do you know Narcan training? Do you know how to make a tourniquet? Do you know how to keep each other safe when the cameras go off, when the internet's not there? I don't mean to be tinfoil hat about it, but we need to know how to do this to take care of each other, right? Trans folks, have you talked to your doctors about what diagnosis you need to keep your medication? Transsexual freedom is going to be a slippery slope. I'll be fighting with you. I will be fighting with you. And we will keep our trans siblings safe. Does the trans person in your community under the age of 18 know that you love them? Do they know that you will fight for them? Do they know you want them to be a trans adult? Do they know that?
Yes.
I think there is something so beautiful about transness because it comes with this innate wisdom that says we know things can change and we believe change is beautiful. We believe change makes us connected to nature. It is a part of why we're here, to change, to grow, to evolve, not to slide down the slicked with oil pipeline to fascism, but to say beauty comes from when we change, when we grow together. Trans folks, we have an innate wisdom to fight this. It says our ancestors walked this park and fought this, and it says we will walk this park and fight it with phones in our hands, right? Yes. I can hit a button and send that message to a lot of people, but you know somebody that I don't, and they have a skill that I don't, and that your neighbor doesn't. Exactly. And all of us will have to communicate together to fight this. So that's what I'm saying in lieu of my platitudes, because I want you to take action. When you leave this space, this was not the activism today that will carry you through everything. This is where it starts. This is where we get the energy we need to go do what we need to do, right?
Do the work.
When anyone is under attack, what do we do? Stand up. When trans people are under attack, what do we do?
Stand up, fight back.
When immigrants are under attack, what do we do?
Stand up, fight back.
When anyone is under attack, what do we do?
Stand up, fight back.
Thank you so much.
That's good. That's good. But that's the important message is what
James Rose, let it hear it! How we doing? We leading with love right now?
Hell yeah.
Come on, let's give that love to that speaker. Let's give that love to that speaker. Start clapping right now. Start clapping right now. Alice Winterland!
Hi everyone, I'm Alice. I came all the way from Canada today to speak to you.
Yay!
Now why am I here? Well, partly because my wife's from the Heights. I lived here and I called New York my home. My grandparents immigrated here decades ago. My grandfather, after World War II, came all the way from Indonesia to make a life here. They had children here. They made lives and they believed in the potential of this country. My grandmother ended up working as a psychologist in Brooklyn for pretty much all her life. And she would be ashamed to see what's going on right now. But she shouldn't be the one who should be ashamed. It's not my grandmother who should be ashamed. It's not you who are here today who should be ashamed. But it's essentially the people who are out there trying to target us, trying to go after trans people, going after immigrants like my grandfather, trying to go after people who have no power in this situation. But they are the ones who should feel shame. And the ones who also should feel shame are the ones cooperating with unlawful and illegal executive orders. So let's address them, shall we? Mark my words, we will remember you. We will remember you, all of you who gleefully participated in this hateful persecution. Make no mistake, you are the main people we will remember and blame. We will remember you, stochastic terrorist Chaya Reitschik of Lips of TikTok, and your little hate buddy, Ryan Walters, for being instrumental in the death of Next Benedict, a 16-year-old non-binary kid who should be looking into colleges right now, not have vigils held in their memory today. We will remember you, Precious Arzuaga, Emily Jean, Jennifer Quijano, Kyle Sage, and Patrick Goodwin, when you took the life of our trans brother Sam Nordquist when he was only 24 years old. This happened upstate New York barely 2 weeks ago. We will remember your names and we will demand that justice be served. Yeah. We will remember each and every one of you who decided to help dismantle democratic systems, like the couch-loving J.D. Vance, like the Heritage Foundation, including Russell Vought for being architects of Project 2025, and the entire Republican Party who are enabling this authoritarian takeover. We will remember you.
Since your favorite president, I want to give a little message.
You want to try and interrupt here?
Right? Unbelievable.
Okay.
Are you protecting me? Are you
Oh no! Oh no!
what you get here is a douchebag who's trying to get famous off being an asshole.
Jason! Hey! Jason, I'm talking to you! That's fucking Jason Scoop! Tell him to get the fuck out! Jason Scoop, I'm talking to you! Get the fuck out, Jason! Jason Scoop, get the fuck out! Get the
See, this
fuck
is
out,
what they
Jason!
have. This is how they fight. They do clowns. Just, oh,
Jason
look,
Scoop,
NYPD is
get
actually
the
escorting
fuck
them out.
right now!
NYPD is escorting them out.
Fuck you, cocksucker!
Wow.
Jason, get the fuck out!
Yeah! Fuck Trump and monsters!
That is an asshole stand-up comic who's gotten banned from like every fucking club. Doesn't it seem funny to me?
You see why?
Oh, so as Elon said, we got to unban comedy,
Guess
right?
what?
Oh, is that comedy?
Oh, my bad. I thought it was douchebaggery.
Fucking date, and I said no.
Don't suffer an incel any popularity.
Yeah, you guys
We're
didn't
not
see
gonna
that.
have
We
you
just
been
had
accused of fucking rape. Get the fuck out of here, Jason! Out of here!
Remember when I made you cry?
So now he's going to go at the edge of the park and try and make everyone feel bad for him.
To listen to our amazing speakers.
Fuck 'em.
And we are giving it back to fucking Alice.
No.
Well, here's one person we won't remember. That dude. I already forgot your name.
Let's just say Jeremy gave him a
To go
hug on
back
his way
to
out.
who we will remember. I will remember all the names of the people who took the lives
Forceful.
of trans
Yeah.
people, my trans siblings
You know what?
out there.
Thanks, NYPD.
And I'll
You know
remember
why? Because
everyone
we
who
have the
complied with
space.
them.
So get the
But
fuck
now
out.
let's talk about those who have
Exercise your
complied.
constitutional
We
right.
are in
Yep.
Washington Square Park. We are surrounded by someone who did comply,
Get
and
back to
that's NYU. NYU Langone, I will remember you when you took away the health care for the most vulnerable at a time when they needed it the most. You're supposed to do no harm. And yet you made the decision to actively harm trans kids just to follow an unlawful and now illegal executive order. Out of fear you would lose a few dollars. You know who's more afraid of anything that's going on than you? Those trans kids you failed and turned away when they needed you. In the world of spineless NYUs, be a Dr. Jeffrey Birnbaum who stood up and said, I will go to jail to defend your care. We will remember you, Democratic politicians. Those of you who voted with Republicans to strip healthcare away from your military service members' children just because they're trans, taking away their dignity and their rights to healthcare and choice. We will remember you, Tom Suozzi, when you said we should meet Trump halfway. Halfway on what with Trump? What? Why meet fucking halfway? On what? What does it mean to you, Tom? Because I don't believe you answered that question. What does it mean to sell out the thousands of trans people just so you can avoid having a neat tweet about you?
No.
What does it? You said you stood firm for the Dreamers to stop them from being deported. Great, but what about their family members? Do they get deported? Is that your halfway compromise here? No, fuck that. Separating families just because they like a piece of paper. I've seen doormats with more dignity than you, Tom, and NYU. To the New York Times, we will remember you when you helped create this anti-trans panic with the dozens of articles full of lies you kept publishing, endangering our lives just so you could generate a few clicks for a few bucks. Because apparently our lives and your journalistic integrity are worth less to you than the money you can make generating fake outrage about trans people. And finally, to those who complied, here's a reminder. Do you know what we used to call those who did the bidding of the oppressors? Collaborators.
Yep.
Do you know what we did with collaborators? Do the right fucking thing, or we will make sure you find out. Finally, I want to address you here. My friends, siblings, sisters, and brothers, those of you who are here today to show you have fight in you, to show your solidarity for each other and for the most vulnerable in your country. You are following in the footsteps of revolutionaries. For the queer people among us, remember what trans icon Alexandra Billings said. We come from a long line of revolutionaries who not only know how to fight, we know how to win. So let's continue their fight today. Be louder and stronger than ever before. This administration thinks they can cancel pride. Oh, honey buns. You think we need your permission when Pride started as a riot right here in this very city, just a few blocks away? That's cute. We'll just be going back to our roots. I hope you like bricks. To the trans kids out there who are listening or who are here among us, you are loved and you are worthy. These hateful adults are just jealous of you. Jealous of your freedom and your joy. They think they know you better than you know yourself. Take it from your big trans sister. They don't. They're just bullies. And I know bullies well. I've dealt with them my entire life. They're the ones who are miserable. So they try to make others miserable with them. It's their twisted way of feeling superior to you. Because if they can make you more miserable than them, they think that'll make them feel better in the long run. But they can't make you miserable without your consent, so don't allow them. They might think and tell you it's a choice, if only it were that simple. The amazing Angelica Ross once said it is a choice, and it's hard to understand when this choice I'm talking about is choosing yourself. So these hateful adults want to choose for you, but they can never know you the way you know yourself. So choose yourself and choose to be happy, because that's what we do as trans people. We choose to be free, to be ourselves, and to be happy. They can never take that away from us, and we won't let them. I promise you that. To everyone else here, you are what makes this country great. Not this phony Stark Elon Musk and his lapdog Trump. You have what our politicians don't, a backbone and morals. If your representatives won't do the job that you need them to do, then force them to do it, or do it yourself. You can bring into this change and resist authoritarian takeovers. You're not powerless. You are never powerless. Authoritarianism requires compliance from its population, so become ungovernable. Ignore executive orders and treat them as what they are. Temper tantrums from a man who's never understood the word no. Take back your school boards, take back city halls, take over your Congress people's jobs. You think you don't know the first thing about being a representative? Neither do they. Look at Marjorie Greene, Lauren Grover, Tommy Tuberville, or RFK Jr. Anyone with a single functioning brain cell has more competence than these people.
Yeah.
And take example of how Jasmine Crockett and AOC, own Bronx baddie, are fighting. Once again, women of color are setting the example of how to stand up to bullies and how you can show moral integrity in the face of sheer corruption. Let this moment fire you up, but don't give in to despair. As long as you hope, they can't win. The biggest changes you can make are in your immediate surroundings. Never underestimate the power you have to change hearts and minds. Speak to your friends, to your coworkers, to your family. Run for local office yourself. Your impact at a local level reverberates everywhere else. It may seem small, but it does more than you can ever imagine. So start there, start small, start locally, and change your country for the better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey guys, Jeremy here. Just want to remind you guys, if you guys
Oh, let's
would like
wait till
to
I let her hear
help
it.
us
Let
out
her
at
hear it.
all, you can go to our GoFundMe link in the description of this video and donate, or there's ways you can obviously help us out here. But we would really like to do more stuff like this for you guys. We want to go to more protests as many as we possibly can. And yeah, we can't do it without your support. We love you all and appreciate all the help you've given us so far. So let's get back to the show.
You so much. Start clapping right now for your second host. Start clapping, my good friend, comedian Chris Ryder.
And I need us to get loud. Uplift your voices. I need you to be heard. This is how a movement starts. They gotta hear you in Brooklyn. They gotta hear you in Queens. They gotta hear you in Secaucus, Tennessee, Florida, and DC. Be heard. Make noise now. Let's hear it. My bad. I didn't get that excited. Okay. I I heard a political pundit today say that we just need 2 years. 2 years for us all to see how Republicans and Trump and Elon can't govern. And I thought to myself, I don't have 2 years. We don't have time. He's been there a month and we're out of fucking time. Trans people don't have time. The LGBTQ does not have time. Palestinians do not have time. The environment does not have time. The Department of Education does not have time. Your First Amendment rights do not have time. Okay? So get loud. Black people, Latinos, Asians, Pacific Islanders, we do not have time. Immigrants being shipped across the globe to Guantanamo fucking Bay don't have time. Women's right to choose does not have time. Democracy does not have time. So stand up, be heard, get loud. Now, I've got an idea, man. I don't know what the call is or what the moves are, but I will answer the call to stand up and fight. I believe it's a depiction of social worker Henrietta Wells Bells. And the quote is, the time for freedom, the time for justice, and the time for equality is always right now. Okay, y'all don't hear me. I said, the time for freedom, the time for justice, and the time for equality is right
now. Sorry, that was loud.
An unelected billionaire does not run this, okay? His blood, sweat, and tears, his tax dollars didn't build this country. Mine did, yours did, ours did, okay? This is our park. These are our streets. This is our city, and this is our fucking country. And in this country, we refuse fascism. Whose streets? Whose streets? Whose streets? Whose streets? Whose streets? Keep going. My bad, I'm out of wind. Fuck, okay. I got sweaty. All right, fuck, okay. We got a good one coming up to you, so I'm going to need you to show her a lot of love when I say her name, all right? Let me hear them hands. Clap it up for your first speaker. Blanca Del Loco!
It'd be funny if that would be awesome.
It's so short. Hello, can you hear me? Hi! Okay, I'm Blanca Del Loco, she, they pronouns. I am a Afro-Latina trans woman, artist, activist. When the first presidency happened, I was in my first national tour ever, which should be a huge win, right? I'm leading my first Broadway national tour, and I had to cancel one of my shows because we had to go to Tennessee. And Tennessee had just passed a law saying that if you perform drag in any public space or entertainment space, you could be arrested.
Ooh.
So I canceled my only performance in Tennessee because they didn't want me to be arrested. Fast forward, I moved here, the Emerald City. Ooh. And since being here, I've realized things are not bright, sparkling, and green for people like me. But the culture of the city would not exist without people like me.
That's right. Yes.
I turned 26 next Sunday, and I am technically a trans elder. Let that ring in your ear. I am a trans elder because our life expectancy is 24.
Ugh.
I didn't think I would live to see 25, and I broke down into sobs. So I'll borrow my 25th birthday because I said, ooh, I made it. What happens now? I didn't know life could continue. This presidency is taking that away from queer and trans youth. The hotlines are blowing up. People are scared. People don't know what to do. But in times of oppression, we have community. We have our allies. Allies, it's cute that you say you're an ally. Stand the fuck up. Okay? I don't need you to just be friends with a trans person. Walk with that trans person to a subway.
Fuck
if that
yeah.
person is scared, go sit with them at their house.
Yep.
If that person doesn't know what to do, they don't speak English, honey, you better take off running so ICE trace your ass.
Yep.
Okay? If you're going to be an ally, be about it. Black people,
Oh, yes.
Latino people, all people of color are under attack. Trans people are under attack. Queer people are under attack. We have always existed and we will continue to, but in the face of attack, we also have to have joy.
That's right.
We have to have what? Joy. Okay then. Woo!
I need to hear you make it loud! That was fucking beautiful! I appreciate y'all all coming out real quick. I need you to get loud one more time. No justice!
No peace!
No justice!
No peace!
No justice!
No peace!
No justice!
No peace!
Hell yeah! All right, now what I do feel in this crowd is a lot of love because we care, right? So what I want is a lot of love for your next speaker. Let me hear it, let me hear it, let me hear it. Get loud for the members of PQ Voices! My name is Joe Donazzi. I am one of the leaders of TQ Voices. My pronouns are she, her. I am a transgender woman, and according to the current fascistic regime, that alone makes me an enemy of the state. I realized I was transgender when I was 30 years old. I was not lucky enough to figure it out early. It took me 7 years to feel secure and knowledgeable enough to actually begin my transition. I only felt able to, thanks to the support of my wonderful partners, access to the consent-based healthcare that, despite everything, still somehow makes the United States one of the best places in the world to be trans, and the gradual acceptance of society. In other words, the community that I was blessed enough to be able to have at my back. When I came out 3 years ago, things were getting better. Now I find myself the target of one of the most focused genocidal campaigns in recent American history. On day one, Donald Trump declared my existence an abomination in the eyes of the law. In 72 hours, I lost more rights than trans people have gained in the last 50 years. They are, according to them, trans women are a public threat. Trans men and non-binary people don't exist at all. They are trying to erase us right in front of you. Before November, I was worried. Now I am terrified. I have been harassed and threatened in the street. Police confiscated the tools I carried for self-defense. I was followed, chased, and threatened with being shot in the middle of a crowded Union Square in broad daylight. As soon as he won, every single one of us felt how emboldened the bigots in our lives instantly were. I celebrated my 40th birthday this last year by going to the courthouse on that morning and legally changing my sex and name. As of October 1st, there is an F under my sex designation, and I am legally Princess Joanne Robin Donazzi. But now, I do not know if I will be allowed to get an ID that reflects who I legally am, and even worse, I do not know if my merely attempting to is going to make me a target for promoting gender ideology, and if you do not think there is a future where they criminalize that, you have not been paying attention.
Shame.
According to them, I am a predator. According to them, I am a threat. According to them, I am an enemy of the official stance of the United States of America. They do not just want me to have an ID that says M. They want me to disappear. Well, I won't. And they do this because fascism has one move. They have only ever had one strategy that works. They cannot win on policy. They cannot win on good faith arguments. The only move fascism has ever had is always exactly the same. One, choose a marginalized minority that lacks the social collateral and power in society to be able to adequately defend itself. Two, make them out to be a threat to the safety of the general populace of good, decent people. 3, play on their fear. 4, cast themselves as the only ones who can be the defenders of the truly vulnerable people in society and ride that to consolidate power. I am not the first, my friends, and I will not be the last. Before me, it was, and frankly still is, Hispanic immigrants. Before them, it was leftists. Before them, it was Muslims. Before them, it was gays. Before them, it was drug addicts. Before them, it was hippies. Before them, it was communists. Before them, it was African Americans. Before them, it was Jews. Before them, it was Catholics. Before them, it was Asians. Before them, it was women. Before them, it was Native Americans. Before them, it was Italians and Irish and Jews again. And every single marginalized community that has ever been anything other than the white Anglo-Saxon Protestants that make up the ideal of society. It has always been the same. And the truly scary part is that it is working. It always works. Please do not make the mistake of thinking that everyone who thinks themselves good and decent knows the things that you know or thinks the way that you think. Over 50% of all polled voters in this past election, across party lines, said that the left has gone too far with transgender rights. This was easy when they spent decades publicly casting queerness and transgenderism specifically as sexual deviancy, as a morally weak failing. And when that is the case, of course, merely saying out loud, I am here and I exist, is forcing perversion on everyone. I am not an abomination. I am not a deviant. I am not perverted unless you ask nicely. But every accusation is a confession, my friends. If in their minds every biological man is a predator trying to force their way into bathrooms to assault women, what does that say about what the men who say that thinks that every man wants to do?
Yep.
The implication that trans women are men is insulting to us, and the implication that all men want to assault women in bathrooms is insulting to men. And there is nothing further from the truth. Trans women are not asking to dominate women's spaces. Most of us are far too fucking scared.
Yep.
I am too afraid to pee in public bathrooms in my own city unless my girlfriends are there to scout for me, and if they aren't there as backup. And I, for one, am tired of the United States of America being a country where anyone within it is that frightened. To quote my wonderful nesting partner Darian, who is herself a cisgender woman, how long must womanhood be defined by making ourselves small for the benefit and comfort of another person? Trans women have to do it for cis women, BIPOC women have to do it for white women, all women have to do it for men, and we are sick of it! When Joe Biden won in 2020, I was in Brooklyn at the time when the results came in, and Brooklyn celebrated. Anybody else here that day? Yeah. Do you remember banging pots and pans and honking horns and cheering from the rooftops? When the left wins, people celebrate and the right gets scared, but no one is afraid. In both 2016 and 2024, when Trump won, how many of us were in New York City that next day? And how many remember that this entire city was as silent as a tomb? On election night, Darian was out of town, and I was alone, and I will never forget the sheer horror and terror and disbelief I felt alone in the dark watching the results came in. I sat in the center of my bed and sobbed hysterically all night long, and no country that causes its own citizens to sob in fear can possibly be good and right. We are not what I was always told America was. You are all here today because you are frightened. You can admit it, I sure as hell am.
Yep.
You are frightened and you are angry and you want to know how to help, right? Yep. For weeks, people have been coming up to me asking, how do I help? What we need now are people who are going to stand up for us and do the right thing. We need people who will not comply with this administration's efforts to erase us. We need defenders. We need the love of our community, and we need them to stand up for us and tell others and tell us, because we doubt it, that we belong and we are loved, and every single place that is full of people trying to get us to sit down, tell us that we are allowed to stand there with you, and more than platitudes. It is time for direct action. I genuinely felt guilty for transitioning. Why? Because I knew that I was giving up the power and social collateral that I once had as a seemingly straight white cis man in order to be a voice for what is right. They won't listen to me anymore. I need you. I am the threat now. Spread the word, push back, educate, tell people what is happening to us, because they genuinely do not know outside of our political bubbles what is happening to us. Everyone talks about how eerily similar these past few months have been to how the Nazis took power. Well, what exactly were the very first books the Nazis burned? It was us, the Institute of Sexology. Everyone knows that this first Pride was a riot, right? This Pride month's gotta be nuts, isn't it? What laws exactly were being broken that led to that riot?
Cross-dressing!
Make them say it!
Cross-dressing!
Do not let the revisionist and toxic rhetoric they are trying to pour down your throat stand. Be loud, push back, and disobey. Make fascists afraid to show their faces again. This is life or death, my friends. My people are already dying, and we fucking mattered. Sam Nordquist, the trans man who was tortured to death for weeks, fucking mattered. Elisa Ray Shupe, the Army veteran who won the landmark court case to win our right to have gender-neutral markers on federal documents, and committed suicide 1 week after watching that right get stripped away, fucking mattered. Educate yourself on how to protect your community, and more than just trans people. Know what to say and how to help when ICE is in your community, because they already are. Do not let them cover up the political corruption they are constantly excusing and trying to force down your throat. Do not let them push their misinformation on toxic rhetoric on you or the people you love, because it works. This is not a trans issue. This is not an immigrant issue. This is not a political issue. This is a human issue. Only caring about your own rights is how you lose them. Before I give the mic to one of my fellow leaders of TQ Voices, I just want to say I have been to my share of protests in the day. I went to marriage equality protests. I've been to protests for the Muslim travel ban in 2016. The last time Trump picked a scapegoat on day one. I've been to Black Lives Matter protests when I felt safe enough to navigate COVID. I went to the pro-Palestinian protests last year. But this is the very first movement that I have ever seen in my life where my flag is the one being waved. And I want to say thank you.
That's amazing.
Now don't let them ignore it.
That's an amazing thought. The trans flag, something so hated, is going to become something that celebrates freedom.
Hello.
Hi.
My name is Jade. I'm the founder and president of TQ Voices. We're up here as an organization today. We are a trans-led grassroots organization based here in New York City. We're about 2 years old now. A little more. I'm going to tell you how we got started. First of all, I want to draw attention to the flags that I've got on my arms, my trans and my non-binary flags, and I want you to take a look at this megaphone right here. Does any of this shit look brand new?
No!
Look at the fucking wrinkles, look at the fucking stains on my goddamn fucking pride flag, and tell me that I'm not just as motherfucking tired of doing this as I'm sure all of you are.
Nope.
But are we gonna stop?
Nope. Hell no.
Absolutely not. Absolutely fucking not. I'm looking around at the crowd today and I see hope. I see a lot of hope. I have been fighting for my rights since I was a 17-year-old queer kid in fucking Missouri in the 2000s, and I will not stop. And it is so refreshing for me as a community organizer, as a leader, as an activist, as an advocate, to see an entire group of people out here because you fucking care. And I want every single person out here to remember that Donald Trump is just a fucking guy. Elon Musk is just a fucking guy and a loser
Barely.
at that. And every single one of you is also a fucking person. And there's a lot of fucking people in this country who are going to try to tell you that you're not. I legally don't even fucking exist anymore on day one. I'm fucking non-binary. I've got an X for my gender on my passport, and I'm so fucking proud of that. And I'm so fucking proud of every single queer person who came before me to fight for my right to have that. And no, I can't even go visit my family because I'm afraid to travel, because if I go through TSA, they might confiscate my fucking IDs. Is that fucking right?
No.
My parents love me. I am a trans adult with parents who fucking love them. We exist. And they're mad as hell too. Everyone's fucking mad as hell. And there's a lot of people who are finally fucking waking up to this shit that I have been fighting for most of my fucking life. And I want to tell every single one of you out there, if this is your first time at a protest, if this is your first movement, if this is the first thing you have ever gotten up and out of your apartment to show the fuck up for, welcome. Welcome, and I fucking love you, and I'm so fucking happy to see you. I started as a protester years ago, years and years and years ago. I started just by showing up to protests. And years later, I've got a whole entire organization dedicated to raising awareness and education and visibility for the trans community.
Yeah.
Because how do we fight transphobia? By fighting the root cause of it, which is ignorance. Ignorance breeds hate.
Yep.
And that's how my organization, TQ Voices, was born. 2 years ago, in 2023, they passed hundreds of anti-trans bills, laws, legislation all over the country, all at once. It felt like I was the target of an invisible war, because so many people had no idea what was even happening. But we knew, we felt it. And what did I do? I sat in my grief, I sat in my anger, I got control of my anger, for the most part.
We need that anger.
And then I grabbed the back of a pizza box and I wrote, "Meet a trans person, ask me anything," much like this. We've upgraded from the pizza box. And I took it to Times Square, and I stood in the middle of Times Square, just me and a couple of friends making sure I didn't die, with a sign that said, "Meet a trans person, ask me anything," so that I could have one-on-one conversations with people from all over the world. This is the greatest city on earth. People come here from everywhere. So I could have those one-on-one conversations with people and show them that a trans person is not the one to be afraid of. We are kind, we are loving, we are compassionate, we fucking take care of each other in ways that I've never seen in any other fucking community I have been a part of. We are not the ones to be afraid of. We are not the ones causing harm. We are 1% of the population, and there is a different 1% who is causing real harm.
Yeah, that's right.
And let's not forget that that is our common enemy.
Yep,
that's right.
And what is the most powerful weapon against hate? Love. And I see it in every single one of you. I see love on every single face that I'm looking at. And remember that you are a person, and you are full of the one thing that is the most powerful weapon that we can use to take our country back.
That's right.
They don't want to make America great again. We are what makes America great.
That's it.
We are the greatness. We are the greatness. The love we have for each other. We are the greatness that this country has. Never forget that. And never ever forget that you have just as much power in you as a person full of fucking love than just some fucking guy who's a loser with a lot of money.
Allegedly.
And with that, since I do run an organization, hi, hello. If anyone out here is new at being an activist, new at this, whatever, if you're looking for a place to start, we are always looking for volunteers. Come and find me. I'll like let you know how to get started. I care about you. I love you. I'm here to support you. Okay? I'll pass my mic over to my other leader, Mika.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
So my name is Mika. My pronouns are they, them. Z's there. He as a treat. Today it's he for morale. I am the co-founding artistic director of the Trans Entertainment Guild, as well as a co-founder and co-leader of TQ Voices. And I am also fucking pissed, and I am fucking scared. I've been racking my brain over and over again about what I wanted to share with everyone today, aside from the usual, "Hi, help us. There is a literal genocide happening against trans people." Oh, which can get very tiring, you know? It can get a little tiring when we are constantly told that our existence is a debate, that our identities are up for discussion, that our very basic human rights are negotiable, which let me please remind everyone that we, trans people, are not a debate. We are not an abstraction. We are not a political talking point, as much as fascists want you to believe otherwise. We are real. We're fucking human beings. And we are here. In fact, we have always been here. And we are not going anywhere. And it is fucking exhausting to constantly fight for our right to exist, especially having to beg people that we love for support. And that is the operative word here, is love. Fascism thrives on control, fear, and division. It seeks to break us apart. It seeks to isolate us, to make us feel small. And when I say us in this moment, I am referring to the entire collective of us, people of all backgrounds and identities. If we're talking about conservatives, well, fascists are constantly inciting fear into their own support base.
Thank you, Jeanette. Appreciate
Conservatives, by violently targeting vulnerable populations they wish to eradicate. But what is it exactly that fascists themselves fear the most? And that's the operative word, love. Because I love myself so damn much, I scare the shit out of fascists.
Good.
Because when you love yourself, when you truly love yourself holistically, they can't control you. Now, there was a time that I didn't love myself because I didn't know myself. My love grew from my autonomy, and I fucking love myself. I love my voice. I love my flat chest. I love my chest hair. It's under here, believe me. I love all the scruff that is all over my body because guess what? I grew it myself. I love my masculinity because I define it. It is soft. It is determined. It's fucking mad. It is focused. And it is kind. I love my fluidity, being a boy in a girl kind of way and a girl in a boy kind of way. And also neither. I love feeling comfortable. I love hearing my name. I love the freedom I found in my existence, my expansiveness, my curiosity, my queerness, my joy, my autonomy, my ability to love. I love my trans life. I love my trans friends. I love my trans wife. In fact, she's standing right here. And I love watching her love herself as she continues to grow and blossom and thrive as the incredible person that she is. And I love our lives together. In fact, I love my life so much that guess what? I want to live.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jeanette, we actually
And of the
had to
many
look up
multitudes
how
that I
much
love
the
and
things
living my
grown
life as my
We had
most
no idea, but
authentic
thank you
self,
so much.
what
We
I
appreciate you.
especially love is that I developed a much deeper sense of empathy and a much, much better understanding of empathy in action. I discovered people outside of myself to care about. People who are different from me. And that especially scares the shit out of fascists when we care about each other. Fascists call us dangerous. They call us extremists. But what's extreme? Is it demanding the right to live without fear?
No.
Is it the desire to be seen, to be heard, to be safe? Or is it weaponizing power against the most vulnerable? Extremists are the ones who are banning books, healthcare, and our very existence. They police our bodies, our identities, our children, and our futures. They hate themselves so much that they are killing us. Black trans people, especially trans women and femmes, being the most vulnerable to their hate. We gathered as a community just the other night to mourn the loss of Sam Nordquist, a Black trans man, and we spoke of love. The love he had for himself and others, and the love we will continue to foster in his name, and what now feels like countless names of other trans people who have been murdered because of their hate. TQ Voices exist to combat the hate and lies that are told about us by the real extremists. We stand against the tide of disinformation that fuels transphobia and queerphobia. We are here to educate, to inform, to uplift, and to protect trans people. But we cannot do this work alone. We need you. Every single one of you. We need allies who are not just allies in name, but in action. We need accomplices who will stand beside us, who will fight with us, who will refuse to let this world silence us. So what will you do? Will you speak up when you hear transphobia?
Yes, absolutely.
Will you challenge bigotry in your homes, your workplaces, and your communities?
Yes.
Will you protect trans kids?
Yes.
Will you support queer youth?
Yes.
Will you uplift trans elders?
Yes.
Will you refuse to comply with a system that seeks to eradicate us?
Yes.
Will you love yourselves so much? And will you love other people so loudly that you scare the shit out of fascists?
Yes.
Because that is what the moment requires from us. It's what it demands from us. No silence, no complacency, but love for ourselves and for each other. We are more powerful than they want us to believe. We are more resilient than they ever imagined. And history is on our side, justice is on our side, and love, real, radical, unshakable love is on our side. If there is one thing that you can do today, love each other so fucking hard that you scare the shit out of fascists.
Yes. Fuck fascists.
Thank you so much for listening to us as an organization. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Never, ever, ever, ever let anybody lead you to believe that love is not the most powerful fucking thing we have. Thank you. I don't know who's next.
Keep showing them some love. Keep at it. Keep at it. I want to take a quick moment to actually, for you all to thank yourselves, because right now, you're here. You're fighting fascism. When someone asks tomorrow, where were you when this all went down, you can tell them you were here. So uplift your voices. Give yourselves a round of applause. Refusing fascism.
Fuck fascism.
You're coming to the stage. I want you to show our love. Let me hear those hands. Make noise, make noise, make noise. For the anti-fascist stand-up comedian, Jess Solomon!
Hello, it's so nice to be here with all of you. This feels really good to be in
Thank you,
community.
Liz.
I'm
We
not an
love you.
activist. I am a comedian. I don't have a great voice for chanting or rallying people to action. Mostly I tell jokes on stage with very little confidence, and otherwise I'm behind a keyboard roasting Zionists with a lot of confidence. But I'm here today after 17 months of speaking up for Palestine and against genocide, and because I'm not the same person I used to be. Like many of you, I have witnessed even the pretense of upholding democratic values and fundamental human rights be swept away with alarming speed. Like many of you, I've come to understand how interconnected our struggles are, how critical community is, and I've come to understand that our political representatives are simply unwilling or unable to save us. I say this as a white woman who was devastated when Hillary Clinton lost in 2016. I'm here today as a person who has always been a rule follower. When I was a kid, I once shoplifted a thesaurus. But then I felt so guilty, so remorseful, so repentant, so shameful, so contrite, so penitent, I returned it. When I see activists stand up and interrupt a meeting to call out a speaker's complicity in genocide or in destroying our world in whatever way, I think it's awe-inspiring and it makes me so insanely anxious. When I see an activist disrupt a politician's meal at a fancy restaurant, I have so much respect for them, and I also feel like I could throw up. I am gay, but my sexual but my sexual orientation is respects authority. And comrades, a very good comrades, I stand before you today to say resisting fascism is uncomfortable. Maybe you're like me. Maybe it does not come naturally to you to speak up or to disobey, to face the discomfort of fighting a system you have benefited from. But I want you to know that you're not alone. We will all have to be uncomfortable. We will all have to disobey. Because we have to protect each other. We will do it together, and we will find comfort in each other. When the state fails to protect its minorities, their freedoms, and their rights, once the defining characteristics of democracy give way to fascism as they are, we must remain true to who we are. The state may no longer be democratic, but we as a civil society do not have to let it define who we are. Because as uncomfortable as resisting fascism may be, allowing it to change who we are is far more uncomfortable. So, fuck fascism! Thank you so much. Fuck fascism! Fuck fascism!
Hell yeah! Okay, so I've been coming up here a lot. I've been yelling. All right, and I'm gonna tone that down a little bit because your next speaker coming to the stage, I am genuinely honored to say her name. She's a beacon of hope. She's a fighter representing both Brooklyn and Queens. The first ever Puerto Rican woman elected to the House.
Oh.
Clap those fucking hands. Let me hear it. Lydia Velasquez!
Thank you so much. I'm very proud of being here, and I am here to say thank you. Thank you for your activism. And I heard someone to say that we cannot expect politicians to save you. No, we have to save ourselves. Save ourselves. We gotta fight for our rights. And that includes everyone who lives in this country, regardless of their
legal status. You know, we're dealing with a small-minded, coward president.
Oh yeah.
That's right. He goes against and after every vulnerable person in this country.
That's right. That's right.
He go after migrants, immigrants, children, women, trans, because that is who he is. And I'm here to remind you, we cannot get distracted.
That's right.
It is intentional that he is doing what he is doing every day with 3, 4, 5, 6 executive orders, so that we are distracted. But we got to be laser focused. And I'm here to say to you, love trumps love. And that we must recognize that united, when we are united and we fight, we win.
That's right.
Yep.
That is the history of activism in this country. So, look, we have to send a clear message to this president that we will not let fascism govern and rule in this country. That what they are trying, and his co-president Elon Musk, is to destroy our system of government, our constitution, and we gotta be united to fight back.
That's
And I
right.
promise you, and tomorrow I'm going to Washington. I don't know if you have been watching what is going on in this country, but the tide is turning, and it is turning because people need to know what is going on.
That's right.
It is our responsibility to come back home and to explain what is happening in Washington. How are they undermining our Constitution? We need to be in the faces of Republicans.
Right.
We need 3 Republicans in Congress.
Yep. That's it.
We need for the Republicans to grow a spine
Something else
and
too.
fulfill their constitutional responsibility. That Congress, through Article 1, we are the one who decide how we're gonna spend taxpayers' dollars.
Not
And that
Elon
when
Musk.
we pass legislation and we create programs, only Congress has the ability to decide when do we end those programs, when do we cut budgets, not the President of the United States.
Correct. No kings.
No kings in there.
I know that we are frustrated, we are exasperated, but we need to keep working together, organizing at the groundwork level, and get the people to go to those Republican districts and confront their members of Congress. Because you know what they are good at? They are good at talking a good game back here in their district, but then go back to Washington and do something.
Liars.
I don't know if you saw how many constituents are confronting them, are questioning
It's
them.
happening, people.
And the more
Even
it
MAGA.
happens,
They're starting to
the
get angry.
more crazy this president is going to be, because they're failing at what they're trying to do. They wanted to see how ICE will be rounding up migrants throughout the United States, putting in military trucks, but it is not happening. It's not happening because people are learning how to protect themselves. Because the truth matters. And every person who lives in this country has constitutional rights.
Yes. That's right.
They have the right to go before the judge and state their case.
Yep.
So, Mr. President, you're not that powerful. We, the people, together must remind this president that he cannot get away with the kind of actions that he's taking. That they are wrong, that they are illegal, that they are unconstitutional.
Yes,
that the government and our system and ways of life belong to us.
Yes.
If we fight back and if we stay together. God bless you all. Let's keep fighting. And as I always remind my constituents, don't agonize, organize.
Don't agonize, organize.
Representative Velasquez!
That's awesome.
One more thing, though.
I was invited here, come here by a veteran and his wife, Brian Garcia from Common Defense. Thank you for your service. Thank you for fighting for the freedoms that we enjoy. And there's no way to honor what you've done than what fighting back and make sure that your rights as a veteran are protected.
That's right.
That
That's
you
right.
deserve. That when you come home, the services are going to be there for you.
That's right.
Republicans hate veterans. They hate veterans.
I want to thank you all for allowing me to come host this. This is it for me. I'm gonna pass the baton on to the next speaker, to the next host. I just want to tell you all, I love you all. Now say it back.
We love you.
Oh my God, thank you. Okay, all right. Your next host coming to the stage, a good personal friend, stand-up comedian, Andrea Jones-Roy, and we're gonna welcome her with a no justice,
No peace.
no justice,
No peace.
no justice,
No peace.
Keep it going for Chris. And keep it going for yourselves out here fighting for our rights and for democracy and for freedom. How you guys doing today?
Great.
Love to see it. I love to see it. A little bit about me. I'm non-binary. Thank you very much. Thank you. Better reaction than my family. I like that.
Jeez.
I'm non-binary. I'm a scientist. I believe that immigrants are people. I believe that pronouns should be everywhere. And I believe DEI is the way forward in this country and around the world. Are you guys with me on this? All right. I'm going to be your host, and I'm going to bring up some amazing speakers, some amazing performers. But first, I would love for you to please show me what democracy looks like.
This is what democracy looks like.
Kyle, if this wasn't recording, I wouldn't be able to respond to you at this very moment.
Show me what
Don't be dumb.
democracy
This is
looks
live.
like.
This is what democracy looks like.
Hey, hey! Ho, ho! Donald Trump has got to go! Hey, hey!
Ho ho!
Donald Trump has got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho!
Donald Trump has got to go.
Hey, hey!
Maybe
Ho, ho!
something. Hello.
Elon Musk has got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! Elon Musk has got to go! Hey, hey!
Ho ho! Elon Musk has got to go.
Hey, hey! Ho, ho!
Yeah, throw it away a Nazi.
I don't know about you all, but here in the United States of America, we do not have kings, and we only have elected leaders who have been brought in democratically. Are you with me on this?
Yes.
Oh, yes. All right, we're going to keep this moving right along. We have so many great performers and speakers for you coming up. Are you ready for your next performer and speaker? Hell yes. Coming to the stage next, it is with great pride and humility that I bring to you
Someone just said
the
this isn't
Trans
live.
Entertainment Guild. Make some noise for it.
Yeah.
Keep it going, keep it going.
Oh yeah.
The braille.
Oh God.
How's it going? We have the Trans Entertainment Guild plus some of our token cisgender friends. And so before we Before we get started, I wanted to take a quick moment. Okay. What if I could find things in my phone? We want to take a moment to remember and honor our trans siblings who lost their lives to violent hatred. May they rest in power. It's easy to see this is a frightening time to be trans. It's understandable to feel afraid, but fear is not what this moment requires of us. In the same breath we use to mourn the loss of our trans siblings, we must also celebrate the bravery, strength, and joy they have given all of us. We must celebrate Sam Nordquist, whose mother described him as a man who would even cheer off his back. We must celebrate Vanity Williams, who served our country in the Air Force before studying to serve her community as a nurse. We must celebrate Elisa Ray Shoup, who used her last statement on this earth to remind us that non-binary and trans people cannot be erased. We must celebrate Eden Knight, who even in her final words expressed hope that all trans people will grow old, that trans youth will live to fight for us, and that we will secure the rights of trans people around the world. We must celebrate Malaysia Wright and Kita B, who used their experience to mentor, support, and uplift trans people in their communities. We must celebrate Monique Brooks, Honey Daniels, and TK Chevy Hill, who furthered the LGBTQ movement through fundraising and activism. We must celebrate Kanisha Coco Chantel, Kasim Omar, and Lexus Walker, who spread joy through dance. We must celebrate T. Arnold, Shannon Boswell, and Kenji Spurgeon, whose families still recall their boundless capacity for love. We must celebrate Nex Benedict, Polly Likens, Jaslyn Johnson, Tay Dior Thomas, and Nevaeh River Goddard, who all had the courage to live authentically from a young age. We must celebrate all of the too many trans lives lost, especially the lives of Black trans women, because trans people deserve to be remembered for the love they gave to us, rather than the hate which stole them from us. We must honor their memories by continuing our ancestors' legacy of care and service, by continuing to pursue joy, and by celebrating the living, breathing trans people around us while they are here. We must honor the bravery, strength, and joy they gave us by paying it forward to all we meet. We don't have time to feel afraid. Fear does not celebrate our people. Fear does not honor our past. Fear cannot build our liberated future. Fear is not what this moment requires of us. What we need most right now is each other. We need our families, we need our communities, and we need our allies to support each other the way our lost trans siblings supported the people in their lives, and the way they deserved to be supported in this life. Please join us in a moment of reflective silence for those we have lost and for all who grieve them.
This is better.
And we've got some lyric sheets passing around if you care to join us.
Nice.
We want to sing a song in celebration. $525,600 minutes, 525,000 moments so dear, 525,600 minutes. How do you measure a year? In daylights, in sunsets, in midnights, in cups of coffee, in inches, in miles, in laughter, in strife, in 525,600 minutes. How do you measure a year in life? How about love? How about love? How about love? Measure in love. Seasons
Seasons of love. Seasons of
525,600 minutes, 525,000 journeys to win, 525,600 minutes. How do you measure the life of a woman or a man?
In truths that she learned, or in times that he cried, in bridges he burned, or the way that she died. Let's celebrate, remember, here in the life of friends. Remember that love. Remember that love. Know that love is a love. Share love, give love, measure your life in love.
Alive.
Keep it going for the Trans Entertainment Guild.
Did you move the camera? Yeah.
Absolutely, people. One more time for them. Let's hear it. You all coming out today, you are the type of people who give me hope in this country. Make some noise for yourselves coming out and supporting democracy.
Yeah.
I want to bring up our next speaker. He is a hero of mine. He is the president of Gays Against Guns. Make some noise for J.W. Walker.
Hey everybody. We're loud, defiant, and extremely non-compliant. We're loud, defiant, and extremely non-compliant. We're loud, defiant, extremely non-compliant. We're loud, defiant, and extremely non-compliant. All right, thank you. All right, I'm Jay. I'm going to start by reading the Gays Against Guns mission statement. Gays Against Guns is an inclusive, direct action group of LGBTQ plus people and their allies committed to non-violently breaking the gun industry's chain of death. Investors, manufacturers, the NRA, and politicians block safer gun laws. We're New York based, but work with other gun chapters in other cities to ensure safety for all individuals, particularly vulnerable communities, people of color, women, those who struggle with mental health issues, LGBTQIA+ people, and religious minorities. That condemns white supremacy, all instances of excessive police force, and police militarization. Now, that wasn't our first mission statement. Our first mission statement was the first two sentences. And after the first year of working in the fight against gun violence, we realized that something was very clear. The gun violence and hate violence are the symptoms. They are the tools. They are the loud things, the searingly bright things that draw the focus to themselves and away from the structural deficiencies and inequities that drive them. The way that reports of suicide drive attention away from the mental health problems that we have in this country and the fact that we don't have the resources to support people in their mental health struggles. The way that religious fundamentalism that tries to apply Stone Age norms to modern societies. The way that domestic partner violence distracts from the misogyny that is spread throughout our entire society. The way that sexual abuse by clergy, educators, police, and yes, family members are ignored so that trans people can be demonized based on nothing. The way that gang violence is turned into a focal point rather than the broken criminal justice system that helps prop up gang power. The way that our inadequate class-based education and healthcare systems keep people ill and struggling and ignorant so that they cannot react when we have a rise in fascism as we are having right now and have been having for the last 8 to 10 years. And on top of that, the capitalist imperative that values the gun industry's profits over human lives.
Yep.
And underneath all of that is American patriarchy. And it's three-pronged supports: militarism, white supremacy, and Christian nationalism. And with all that, is there any wonder that this country has twice elected that guy president of the United States?
Ooh. Trump's a dick.
Or that guy has allowed the apartheid muskrat and the billionaire Vichy gay Peter Thiel to unleash a cadre of incel tech bros on our government in an attempt to destroy 150 years of progress and install the apartheid state that they grew up in South Africa right here in this country. The country, they fled South Africa when that disgusting system was overturned by the hard work of Black South Africans. They came here, made billions of dollars, and now that they've gained this power, they want to turn this country into an apartheid state.
That's right. I mean, they learned it from us in the first place.
And then we had that, thank you, or why our media was more interested during the last election in talking about how old Joe Biden was than they were in dissecting Project 2025 and informing the public that a bunch of obscenely rich white supremacist, Christian nationalist globalists from the Heritage Foundation and the America First Policy Institute and the Teneo Network and the Council for National Policy and 100 other right-wing hate tanks were plotting to use that guy's election to install an authoritarian regime and shred our Constitution. But are we going to let them?
No.
I asked you a question. Are we going to let them? No. Hell no, we're not. All right. So I want you all to take this pledge with me. Follow along. I am still an American. I am still a patriot. I still believe in the U.S. Constitution. I am not defeated. For still I rise. For truth. For justice. For equality. For diversity. For equity. For inclusion. For love. For respect. And for all our siblings. For all our children. For all of humanity. I will resist. The rising tide of misogyny, of anti-black hatred, of anti-brown hatred, of anti-queer hatred, of anti-trans hatred, of anti-immigrant hatred, of religious hatred, of Christian nationalism, of authoritarianism, of oligarchy, of fascism. I am the resistance. We are the resistance. We are the resistance. Thank you.
Jay Walker, keep it going. And while we're at it, show me what the resistance looks like.
This is what the resistance looks like.
Show me what the resistance resistance looks like.
This is what the resistance looks like.
Show me what the resistance looks like.
This is what the resistance looks like.
Show me what the resistance looks like.
This is what the resistance looks like.
Hell yeah, we're gonna keep this resistance moving right along. This next person coming to the stage is one of the organizers of this very protest today, and you've seen her all over social media. Put your hands together for the one and only Laura Hyde. Thank you all for being here. My name is Laura Hyde. I have the great joy and privilege of being a stand-up comic, an activist, and a social media content creator. But today, I come to you as a descendant of Holocaust survivors.
Oh yeah.
My family fought in the Polish underground. The Polish underground was the Polish resistance in World War II. These were not trained soldiers. These were farmers, butchers, cobblers, children, husbands, and wives who had one common goal: to defend their country. My entire family volunteered to fight in the Polish underground. They didn't have to. They were Polish Catholic aristocracy. They could have just stayed quiet. They could have kept their head down and survived the war. But that's not who they were. They would not stand by as their fellow countrymen were slaughtered. My great-grandfather led the battalion Owaza for the underground. My two great aunts were nurses for the underground. My great uncle Renyo was a code breaker.
Wow.
My grandfather Myron and my great uncle Gucho were scouts and soldiers for the underground. This symbol,
It's in her blood.
this symbol that I hold up for you today is the symbol of the Polish underground.
Nice.
This is the symbol of ordinary citizens becoming extraordinary by coming together to fight tyranny, oppression, and the original Nazis. I raise it today as a symbol, not just to call upon the descendants of the underground, but all of the descendants of survivors to become one community. So whether or not you are a descendant of the underground, the Holocaust, or you are a descendant of Stonewall, a descendant of the Civil Rights Movement, or the internment camps of residential schools, of any genocide or oppression, I call to you to be on the front line with me. We were taught by our elders what this is. I know I am not alone when I say I can hear my ancestors telling me what is coming and what we must do. We must stand together as descendants of survivors from all backgrounds, from all walks of life, and hold the line that our family first drew for us. As they did what was needed to protect future generations, we must rise up and do the same. I always wondered how my grandfather did what he did and found the courage to do it. But now I know it is because there was no other choice.
That is someone who has it in her genetics to fight. And we all need to
And
find
as
that
we
history
stare
ourselves.
into the darkness hand in hand with each other today, I would like to remind everybody what we are fighting for. And the best way for me to do that is tell you what saved my grandfather's life all those years ago. He was 10 years old when he volunteered for the underground.
Wow.
He was planting booby traps at 11 for the Nazis. He was stealing weapons at 12. He was passaging messages to the Jewish community inside the ghetto at 13. And he fought in the Warsaw Uprising at 14. He was captured and he was sent to Auschwitz with his brother as a prisoner of war, as a political prisoner. He was tortured in Auschwitz. And then he was sent to Mauthausen, so survived a death march, and then was finally liberated. He found his way back home. He found his mother was still alive. He found his brother Renio was murdered. He found his father died in battle. He found out his 2 sisters were sent to a work camp and were victims of science experiments.
Oh.
He was angry. He was filled with rage. He wanted to hurt people. But his mother, my great-grandmother Helena, saw the poison coursing through his body. And she took him aside. And she said, Merrick, if they have taught you to hate, then they have won the war. And he said in that moment, his life was saved. And he turned away from the darkness, and he never looked back. So, as we are today, staring into the darkness, facing it off, looking at the apocalypse in its face, we must not forget who we are. The darkness will try to change us because that is what they want. They want us to hate the world as much as they hate themselves.
Yeah.
They want us to replace our humanity with ash and dust. They will try to make us. They will try and make us forget our humanity, our morals, and our values, and snuff out the light that each of us carry within. No matter what they do, do not forget we are the ones fighting for compassion, for family, for community, for neighbors, for equality, for workers, for authenticity, for art, for freedom, and for love. Do not let them teach you to hate. Do not let them win the war. So yes, we must stand strongly. We must fight bravely. And we must love fiercely.
Yes.
My name is Laura High, and thank you for standing with us today.
Laura, hi, keep it going for her. And keep it going for Laura's ancestors and so many others before us who have fought against Nazis and against fascism. We are going to make them proud. No justice.
No peace.
No justice.
No peace.
No justice.
No peace.
No justice.
No peace.
We're going to keep this moving with our next speaker. He comes all the way from over there. Put your hands together for Brandon Grimes.
Well, his mom is here. Well, his mom is here.
Oh, really?
Right there.
I'm really no one special or particular to say anything, but someone has to. We all have to. Many of you have heard that along with the slew of other butcheries against our important government websites, this administration has removed the T from the LGBT on the Stonewall website.
Shame!
The Stonewall website, a movement famously led by trans people. As a gay man, I will not allow bigots to tell me who is in my community.
Hell no.
Cisgender queer people cannot stand by while the bullies of the world tell us who is in the LGBT community. I want the T's, I want the I's, I want the Q's, I want the pluses. We cannot go back to a world where any queer person is pushed out of sight. Because we are here, and we have been here, and we will always be here. This is a song of celebration that I love, and I welcome you, if you know it, to join along. I am what I am. I am my own special creation. So, come take a look. Give me the hook with the ovation. It's my world, and I want to have a little pride in my world. And it's not a place I have to hide in. Your life is a sham till you can say, hey world, I am what I am. I am what I am. I don't want praise. I don't want pity. I bang my own drum. Something hits noise. I think it's pretty. And so what if I love each bauble and each bangle? Why not try to see things from a different angle? Life's not worth a damn till you can shout out loud, I am what I am. And what I am needs no excuses. I deal my own deck, sometimes the ace, sometimes the deuces. There's one life, and there's no return and no deposit. One life, so it's time to open up your closet. Damn, till you can say, hey world, I am what I am.
Brandon Grimes, one more time for our next speaker. I am so excited to bring up. He is one of the most important people we have in this country and in this fight. He is a very proud, small town anti-fascist. Put your hands together for Thomas Seidel.
Hey!
Keep it going.
We know this guy. We know this guy. Wrecking the house already.
What's up, New York?
Whoa!
All right. All right, my name is Thomas Seidel. I'm a comic fan from Little Lake Harbor. Primary MLS was 88 Mike, secondary was 91 Bravo. I'm also a long time member of the punk rock and hardcore scene. I still believe in its core values of keeping Nazis and bullies alike uncomfortable and out of our spaces.
Yep.
By any means necessary. I say all this to say that it's not my first rodeo. For those who may be new to this, welcome to the revolution! In 2016, I was freshly separated from the Army. It was a normal night for me, looking to simply catch up with old friends when I was assaulted by a gang of Nazis in Little Lake Harbor, New Jersey. It was not the welcome home that I was hoping for, but it ignited the fire within me. I realized that I had a mission to dismantle white supremacy at its very core, and I was ready to take on that fight.
Yes!
I also was on the doorsteps of fatherhood. The fear of bringing a life into a world filled of vengeance and hatred was so overwhelming. Yet, it was the very fear that fueled me with resolve to create a better future. From that point on, I knew that in order for my child to have any hope of a better future, that I had to speak up and stand up. I began organizing with those who deserve to be heard the most, the oppressed and marginalized communities. and I would stand on the busiest corners in my town holding a Black Lives Matter flag every day for months. For months, there were days I was alone and days that I was joined by others of our community. Each day I kept the same determination from that collective of effort. There are From that collective effort, there are now known safe spaces and businesses for all to support, but the work was still far from over. And as you see my brother over there, he's holding a flag in his hand that I passed off to him. And that's the biggest thing. All you guys have to do is stand out there and show that you're not afraid. And they will recognize that and they will feel uncomfortable. You see what I'm wearing right now. I wear this every day, guys. Every day. Whether I'm at the gym, whether I'm at the grocery store, they feel uncomfortable by what I wear. Because white supremacists want to make people uncomfortable with themselves and who they are. So we have to reciprocate the same energy to them. In October 2020, I witnessed a Trump supporter selling Confederate flags in my town, and I knew I had to act. As a common veteran, I saw domestic threats to my nation, and I took a stand, even when it meant facing danger again. They didn't see me as a veteran. In fact, my service was questioned, and the man went too far as to admit that he assumed I was a man of color and wanted to teach me a lesson. He didn't teach me a lesson. But the point being is, this man is a dime a dozen. These people are so blinded by rage and hate that they are willing to justify their violence because they are being enabled by MAGA and Project 2025.
Yep.
We have to continue to speak out against racism, fascism, and the entirety of the current White House administration. And we have to do so loudly, whether it is just one of us or all of us. Call out your racist neighbors, apply the pressure to your local officials, and do not stop until you are heard. I said, do not stop until you are heard. America will never be great until every single one of us, young and old, big or small, foreign or domestic, by force, are all treated equally and humanely. No group of billionaires suddenly gain. Wait, I'm sorry. Yeah, we're having a little bit technical difficulties over here. But anyway, listen. Donald Trump is a domestic threat to our country.
Yes, he is.
We all know. We had 3 strikes of throwing a salute up on stage.
Yep.
We know what it is. We know what it is. We're not going to be gaslighted. We're not going to let him take. We're not going to let him take rights away from people, whether they are black, whether they are trans, whether they are a woman. You go out there and you speak your mind. Wear whatever shirts that you want to wear. Make them uncomfortable every freaking day. I don't care what it takes. If you guys stand out there every day with a flag, do it if you got time.
That's right.
It works. I'm telling you. You know, it got to the point where they had to put a sign out in front of where I used to protest every day that says Ocean County accepts no hate. For one person, one combat veteran, it made a whole town of white supremacists feel uncomfortable. You all have the power to make that difference. You all have the power to make them uncomfortable. You all have the power to fight fascism. It all has to come here. It's every day. I don't ever get tired, and neither do you. There is no place for fascism. There is no place for Nazis. There is no place for white supremacists. There is no place for bigoted behavior. And you have to be the one to make that happen. It doesn't happen within your imagination. They must feel the pressure. And that's all I got.
Thomas Seidel, keep it going for him. And he's absolutely right. Can you imagine if all of us every day had the bravery that he has? Can you imagine that?
Everyone here is demonstrating that bravery today, and we're going to keep it going long after this protest is over. Am I right?
Hi, nice to meet
Whose
you. What's up,
streets?
brother? Good job. Good job.
Whose streets? Whose streets? Whose streets? Whose streets? Fuck yeah, they are. Here we go. All right. All right, this next speaker coming to the stage, I'm so excited to introduce him. You know him on TikTok as USMC Angry Vet.
Yes!
Put your hands together for Matt Gordon!
Hell yeah!
What's up, New York? Hey, where are the straight, cisgendered white men at?
Yo, we exist.
What the fuck are you doing? Look, it's our problem.
Yep.
We cause all the shit that is happening right now.
Yep.
Black people didn't do it. Latino people didn't do it. The LGBTQ people didn't do it. White fucking men did it. And white fucking men need to stand the fuck up and fix it.
Yes.
If you are not loud, then you're failing. The best time to get started was 40 fucking years ago. The second best time to get started is right fucking now. Make your voices heard. White men don't have a reason to be scared. So use that.
Yes.
Make Nazis scared. Make fascists scared. I'm a combat veteran of the United States Marine Corps. I suffer from PTSD, giving me hypervigilance everywhere I go. For the past 3 hours, I've been standing here scanning every fucking corner of this park. Why? Because I need to make sure that I'm taking care of the people that I see here. White men need to start doing that. You don't get to sit any longer. You don't get to bathe in your privilege any longer. You get to use that privilege to lift up voices that are being discriminated against, that are being persecuted, that are being pushed into the fucking mud. If you are not lifting them up, you are failing this country. None of us straight, white, cisgendered men have any excuse to not use what we have been given by whatever you believe, whatever government you have subscribed to in privilege, to just sit on our fucking asses and watch people suffer. That's right. You don't get to do that. Not anymore. Not anymore. We've had our time and we've fucked it up.
Yes, we did.
All right? Yeah. All of us did. All right? Every white man in this country has fucked this country up. My daughter was in the 5th grade when she got sexually harassed for the first time. 5th fucking grade. Who did it? A white fucking kid. Why? Because he thought he could. Because white men have taught them that they can do that. White men need to start taking accountability for white men. Men hold men accountable. Yes. And if you subscribe to that and voted for Cheeto Mussolini right now, you fucking don't subscribe to that. I took an oath to the Constitution of the United States of America. The Constitution is for everybody, not just white men. I don't care who wrote it. I don't care what their intention was. I fight so that you can have freedoms, so that you can have freedoms, and my oath doesn't expire. Yeah. There is no fucking reason that we should be in this situation other than white men have put us here. And it's going to take white men opening their fucking eyes and realizing what the fuck we did and start doing something about it before we see any fucking change. It is not the black community's responsibility. It's not the trans community's responsibility. It is the white community's responsibility. Period.
Things seem bleak right now. Things are scary right now for a lot of people. Not for white men, but for a lot of people.
For everyone else.
And I know that a lot of people are wondering, what can we do? Where do I go from here? There's a million fucking things coming at you from every direction, every second of every day, and that is on purpose. It's overwhelming. It is meant to cause you to freeze and not act. Focus on that one thing that you are passionate about, that one thing that you care about, whether that's hugging your trans neighbor, whether that's giving food to your hungry neighbor, whether that's talking to your teachers in your schools and saying, what do you need for your students to be successful? Because our government isn't going to provide it, so it's on us. Resistance is not one person doing a million things. It's a million people doing one thing.
Hell yeah.
There's a quote by General Chesty Puller in Korea, and I think it's very poignant right now. The bastards are in front of us. They're behind us. They're to our left and to our right. Fuck, we got them right where we want them. We got them right where we want them. And it's because of all of you right here. Everybody that's been here today, everybody watching on live streams, everybody on, YouTube and TikTok and Instagram, everybody that's on Facebook that is constantly calling out their racist, they're homophobic, they're transphobic, they're fucking xenophobic neighbors that is going to make the difference. One person, like Thomas said, one person can change the fucking world. Well, there's more than one of us here right now. Unity! You all keep fighting. And when you can't go any further, don't worry, because I'll be there to carry you the rest of the way.
Matt Gordon! White men, are you ready to do this?
Yes!
Yeah, here we go. All right, we're going to keep this moving right along. This next presenter, you've seen her advocating for trans folks and for marginalized folks on TikTok and on TikTok Live. You know her as Defend is Trans. Put your hands together for Lilella.
Hello. All right. Matt said we gotta get loud, but I don't have a very loud voice, so I'll do my best. I'm just gonna get real close to it. Okay. To my friends, my comrades, my family in the fight for liberation, we are here today because we see the warning signs. We know our history. We recognize the blueprints, and we refuse to let it happen again. The forces of fascism are on the rise again in America, backed by billionaires like Elon Musk, propped up by hate factories like the Heritage Foundation, and spearheaded by Donald Trump, who has made it his mission to erase trans people from public life. They tell us their intentions plainly. They want to strip us of our rights, our identification, our access to health care, our ability to vote, our very place in society. But this is not just an attack on trans people. It is an opening salvo in an attack on all working people. It is an attack on democracy itself. We have seen this before. 91 years ago, the Nazis came for queer and trans people first, raiding and ransacking the Institute for Sexual Science in Berlin, burning research on sexual orientation and gender identity, destroying lifetimes of knowledge in an attempt to erase us. Then gay and trans people were forced to wear pink triangles and were sent to the camps. And now in 2025, they come for us again, banning books about us, criminalizing all our health care, erasing us from the NIH and other government websites, and attempting to drive us back underground. This war against trans people is a carefully calculated strategy. In 2015, within a year of the Obergefell decision,
the Heritage Foundation, Alliance Defending Freedom, the American Principles Project, and their allies began to openly strategize ways to restrict and eliminate trans existence, manipulating public perception by conflating our identities with perversion and harm. Conservatives use these think tanks to manufacture a moral panic, to claim that trans healthcare is dangerous, despite overwhelming medical consensus affirming its necessity. They are not protecting children. They are weaponizing them.
Yep.
But the statistics prove their lies. Trans people make up only a tiny fraction of the population, yet we are painted as an existential threat. Less than 0.5% of transgender minors receive puberty blockers, yet they claim it is an epidemic. The data shows that trans healthcare is life-saving, and regret rates are less than 1%. Their attempt to eliminate our access to healthcare is not about safety, it's about control. We must recognize the hypocrisy of their arguments. They claim to fight for fairness in women's sports, yet they refuse to equitably fund or promote women's and girls' athletics. They claim to protect children, yet ignore the overwhelming evidence that trans youth who receive gender-affirming care experience lower rates of depression and suicide.
Yes.
They weapon medical ethics while disregarding the fundamental principle of do no harm. And again, this is not just a war on trans people. This is a war against all marginalized folks, working class people, and working class people. The oligarchs use us as scapegoats to divide us, to keep us fighting each other instead of fighting them. They tell us that our wages are low because of immigrants, that our healthcare is expensive because of trans people, that our schools are failing because of drag queens. It is all a lie, a smokescreen, a distraction from the real war, the class war.
That's right. That's right.
Because while they strip away our rights, they hoard wealth. They bail out billionaires and corporations while our communities starve. They crush unions while they send their own children to private schools. They poison our water while they profit from oil. And they expect us to turn on each other instead of turning on them. We must refuse to play their game. We must stand together. If you are cisgender, if you are straight, if you are able-bodied, if you are white, this is your fight too. Not because of charity, not because of pity, but because your liberation is tied to mine. Because when they come for us today, they will come for you tomorrow.
That's right.
Because a government that can erase trans people from existence can erase any group that stands in its way.
That's right.
And because we cannot win the class war if we allow the ruling class to divide us. So we must link arms across identities, across struggles, and we must push back with everything we have. We must defend our trans siblings, not just with words, but with action. We must organize. We must strike. We must shut it all down if we have to. We must be unfucking governable in the face of fascism. They want us to be afraid. They want us to shrink. They want us to disappear. But we will not.
We will not.
We have always been here. And we will not be erased. To those in power, hear this. We are done pleading for our goddamned existence. We are done negotiating our humanity. We are done waiting for permission to be who we are. We fight not just to survive, but to thrive, and we will win.
We will win!
We will win!
Elena Faye. Who's with me on supporting trans rights? Let's hear it. There's a great sign over there. Meet trans people. Ask them anything. So many trans folks out here willing to have conversations. Literally right now. Come on over and have a conversation. We're going to keep this moving. We have a TikTok red carpet this afternoon, just so you all are ready for this. All right? Are you ready for more? Are you ready for more?
Yes.
Yes. Coming to the stage now, she is an amazing advocate on TikTok. You may know her as The Floor is Mara Lava. Put your hands together for Marla Alpert.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if she was coming.
Okay, so I'm sort of scared to ask this question. Does anyone know about the anglerfish that went viral?
Yeah.
Oh, good. We're all as chronically online as I am. Great. So you know anglerfish live deep in the ocean, big pointy teeth, dangling a little light, bioluminescent. You know. So if you might not know that we got the first video ever of an anglerfish alive at the ocean surface. I swear I'm going somewhere with this, don't worry. She floated up, peeked her head above the water, and shortly died. Now, in reality, her being so close to the surface was probably a case of bad gas floating her way to the top, like that scene in Willy Wonka.
Oh.
But what happened next is that the denizens of the internet did what the denizens of the internet do best. They wrote fan fiction. Writing poetry, making art about how this anglerfish knew her time was up and against conventional anglerfish wisdom, swam her way to the surface so she could see in her final moments for the first time a light she had not produced herself. She saw the sun. And as a trans woman who finds herself somehow an elder at the age of 37, I'll add my own stanza to this tale that we're weaving around this fish. I like to believe as she basked for the first time in the sun, she wished she could tell the other anglerfish, still down in the dark, to come up and check out how beautiful it is up here. And as a trans woman who finds herself somehow an elder at the age of 37, I want to tell you something you probably didn't know. That fish we malign is so scary, so weird. They're the size of a chunky goldfish. I could fit one in my hand. Turns out, she's not so scary when you know the facts, when you know the science, when you see her close up instead of how society paints her. I'm very used to speaking, whether as an actor or as a transgender woman in a country that constantly makes me beg for my humanity, convince the world of my humanity. When I transitioned, I thought my biggest obstacle was going to be convincing the theater industry that trans people were worth hiring. Instead, the past 3 years, I have found myself having to convince my own fellow Americans that I am worthy enough to exist and thrive just like any of them. And still, I couldn't convince them successfully, or I wouldn't have this mic in my hand right now. So with that, I have a few people I want to address. First, the rest of the world outside the US. Hi.
Hello.
Are you looking? I see your ship listing to the right as well. And it's time to turn course. It's time to get involved. It's time to have tough conversations with your loved ones. Parents, mothers especially, time to check what woman-hating YouTuber your son is watching.
Yeah. Absolutely.
It's time to stop saying it's not affecting me. It will. And Europe should know that better than anyone else.
Yeah.
Second, I'd like to speak to my trans siblings. What can I say? We knew. We told them. I don't have to preach to you. And don't let anyone dare gaslight you about what's happening. Third, Democratic governors and lawmakers. Go be as brave as Governor Janet Mills of Maine was this
Hell
week.
yeah.
The hell
yeah.
way of someone who will. You are doing your constituents a disservice. Governor Hochul, that means giving Trump's puppet of a New York City mayor the boot.
Hell yeah. Fuck everybody.
Finally, to American citizens, those of you who are just barely tuning in now.
Do you know who coined the term rugged individualism? Herbert Hoover, the very president who let Americans suffer through the Great Depression.
Yeah.
The idea that a lack of social safety nets and lack of cooperation is what makes America great is a lie, and it's killing you.
That's right.
Yep.
We saw it more than ever during this ongoing pandemic. We know billionaires and CEOs are going to advocate for every handout that they can get while shaming you for needing assistance. Rugged individualism is why you don't have health care. You might say you don't want those trans people having their gender affirming care or those gay people to have their HIV prevention medication.
Yes, I do.
They should handle it themselves. Why should you have to pay toward it? Well, then you cannot act shocked when the government says to you, you can handle it yourself.
Yep.
And freezes funds for cancer research,
Yep.
or tells drug companies that they can charge whatever they want for your medicines,
Yep.
or cuts Medicare, or cuts Medicaid, as they soon plan to. You can't ignore decades, centuries of queer people, women, black people, indigenous people, immigrants, disabled people being denied their rights and autonomy, and then act surprised when they finally come for yours. You are watching people lose their jobs or their farms to this orange wrecking ball that came in a la Miley Cyrus with Elon Musk riding on it. I'm sorry for that image. I'm gonna put it on a shirt. Rugged individualism says it's your fault. It was in your control. And some people are still foolishly buying it, thinking it must be a mistake. They were the special one. They were the one that deserved to not have their life torn apart by this administration. You're co-signing your own suffering. So next time you find yourself in a bar full of people, an office full of people, a crowd at an anti-fascist rally, whatever, look around and ask if all these people work together toward common prosperity without worrying about what if the person next to me doesn't deserve prosperity as much as I do? Well, then imagine what you could accomplish. You're deep in the Mariana Trench, in the dark, with only a small light you fashioned from your own bioluminescence. Imagine what we could see and what we could do if we all joined our lights together. We would rival the sun. Thank you.
Yeah! That was awesome. That was a good
Marla
analogy.
Alpert, keep it going.
What a good analogy. That stupid little angler.
Our next presenter is the
That's
anglerfish.
the size of a golf ball.
You all, it has been such an honor to MC part of this protest. I'm about to hand the reins over to our next and final MC for this afternoon. But first, I just have one request of you, is that could you please show me what democracy looks like?
This is what democracy looks like.
Show me what democracy looks like.
This is what democracy looks like.
Show me what resistance looks like.
This is what resistance looks like.
Show me what equality looks like.
This is what equality looks like.
Show me what democracy looks like.
This is what democracy looks like.
One more round of applause for you all supporting these great rights, these great causes, and marginalized folks everywhere. Are you ready for your next MC for this protest? Coming to the stage right now, it is my honor to introduce, he's a comedian and friend of the cause. Put your hands together for Lucas Arnold.
What's up, beautiful people? It is my pleasure to be here. How are you guys feeling today? I said, how are you guys feeling today? No Trump, no KKK, no fascist USA,
No Trump. No KKK. No fascist USA.
You guys know better than I do. I'm gonna be honest. I was looking at a spreadsheet. I was like, I hope I get the rhythm right. I'm not gonna. Oh my God! I am so blessed to be here. I am so glad to be a part of the cause, to be in some way involved here, and thank you to you guys as well. Give yourselves a round of applause. I'm not going to take up too much time because we have much more important people to speak here. I just want to tell you a little bit about myself, why I'm here. Is that all right?
Absolutely.
My name is Lucas. I'm a comedian. I'm an activist and an occasional fundraiser for our friends in Palestine who need our help still. And the reason why I got involved is because I am Jewish. Not in spite of, it is because.
That's right.
My father is the Jewish man, wrong side, I know, but we disagreed on a lot of things, but one of the things that we agreed on most
is that the reason why we need to support our family and friends in Palestine is because as Jewish people, as Jewish Americans, we hold a lot of pain, don't we? Because of the family and friends that we lost in the Holocaust, and that we can't let that end with us. That begins with us, and it never ends. We focus on who is suffering, not on our own community. It begins with us, it doesn't end with us. That is the most important thing. And when I see this crowd of people, I remember what it was like when Trump first got elected. I was in college, my senior year. And I was talking to my father on the phone right after Trump got elected. I was talking about the silence that was on our campus because of the horror we were being dealt with and what we were first coming to terms with. And he said that was exactly how America felt after JFK was assassinated.
Whoa.
And it's only gotten more severe with his second election. And that's why we need to be even more severe with our resistance.
That's right.
So without any further ado, I would like to bring on our next speaker. Does that sound good?
Yeah.
Who do we have? They are very important people. Who they are? The members of the Trans Entertainment Guild. Give it up for them. Give them a little more time. Here they go.
Skinny. It hurts my cough. It's getting cold.
Hi, everybody.
Ooh, we got another song. We get another song, everyone.
So one thing, right before we do get started, is that Nat Elder over here, who is the executive director of the Trans Entertainment Guild. I'm the artistic director of the Trans Entertainment Guild. We began this back in 2020 as a way to help protect trans entertainers in their field and to make better workspaces for them. Because it's not great, y'all. It is not great. And I'm very proud that we've been able to make it this far. I am very happy for the people who are able to join us today. And we're gonna go ahead and sing another song for you. How's that sound?
Do you hear the people singing the song of angry men? It is the music of the people who will not be slaves again. When the beating of your heart echoes the beating of the drum, there is a life about to start when tomorrow comes. Will you join in our crusade? You will be strong and stand with me. Beyond the barricade, is there a world you long to see? Then join in the fight that will give you the right to be free. Do you hear the people singing the song of angry men? It is the music of the people who will not be slaves again. When the beating of your heart echoes the beating of the drum, there is a life about to start when tomorrow comes. Do you hear the people singing the song of angry men? It is the music of the people who will not be slaves again. When the beating of your heart echoes the beating of the drum, there is a life about to start when tomorrow comes.
I just love that they played the ukulele on that.
That's it.
Can I get some love for a ukulele?
Thanks, fam, for letting me know that.
One more time for the
Should get a
Trans
guillotine.
Entertainment Guild.
Shouldn't be the only thing we take from the French Revolution.
Friends, we are going to keep the ball rolling. Our next speaker, you may know him online as the History Wizard. Give it up for the History Wizard!
Oh, shit. I love him. Yeah, that's awesome.
Hi, hello.
Hello.
There's a lot of you. I thought for a while about what I wanted to say here today, about what message I wanted to bring to this platform, about what message I wanted to bring to you. And I don't know.
I don't know what I should say. I don't know what the right thing to say is, but I do have something to say nonetheless. Fascism and genocide relies on chaos. It happens most readily in times of turmoil and tumult, times of political and economic upheaval, times when there's so much going on that people might not even notice that their rights and the rights of their friends and neighbors and loved ones are being taken away bit by bit. You all noticed, obviously, that's why you're here. Thanks so much for that. Fascism needs a victim. A convenient outsider that it can point to and say, them. They're the cause of all your problems. It's their fault because they hate us and our way of life. And they'll try and use that victim as a smokescreen to hide from you all the fact that the system's not broken, it's functioning exactly the way it was always intended, at your expense.
That's right.
Fascism wants you to feel isolated and to feel alone. Because when you're isolated, when you're alone, when you're tired and stressed, that's when you're most susceptible to its propaganda.
Yep.
That's when you're most open to its lies.
Yep.
But look around you. Look at the people who are here with you. Take a look at all of the communities you're a part of. Communities built on love and trust and understanding, on compassion, on empathy. It's okay to be tired. I'm fucking exhausted. We are, to use a somewhat simple metaphor, pushing a car up a hill. You can push a car up a hill, but it's fucking hard. And if you stop pushing for even a second, it's just gonna roll back down and crush you. The labor can seem Sisyphean, the effort needed Herculean, but what we have that they didn't is each other. Right? It's silly and it's sappy and it's a cliche, worn old, thin as tissue paper. And yet, history shows us time again and again and again that it's never the lone hero who tears down empires. It's the people. It's never the great men of history. It's the people. It's always been the people. It's always been you. It's always been us. It's okay if you feel tired. You can tag out for a bit. Just sit and breathe. The fight's not going anywhere, and neither are we. Thank you so much for your time, and as always, have a day. And now I'm stalling for time until Lucas gets back to me. I'm stalling for time. And Lucas, you can leave.
Give it up for the history wizard!
That's awesome.
Sorry, I was scrolling on TikTok. I get distracted. What can I do? Guys, how are you guys feeling? No justice?
No peace.
No justice?
No peace.
No justice?
No peace.
No justice?
No peace.
Guys, we agree. Friends, we have another fantastic act for you today. She is a friend of mine. She is a fantastic comedian. Give it up for Sunny LaPrade!
Hello. I was on the phone with my uncle the other day, and he told me every time that Trump speaks, I see your face.
Ooh.
And on the one hand, that feels good. And I know that this is a particularly morbid and maybe inappropriate thought for me to be having as like a white, well-educated transgender woman in Brooklyn, but I've been thinking a lot about how I will be remembered when I'm gone, if I'm even remembered at all. Trans people have a tendency to get erased from our own history. We were one of the first groups to get targeted by the Nazis, and yet we didn't even make the poem.
Wow. Wow.
when we talk about the AIDS epidemic, we talk primarily about cisgendered gay men, despite the fact that trans women were and still are statistically much more likely to contract HIV. And with the rhetoric coming from our current administration and their willingness to embrace Nazi imagery, I'm worried. This is the fear that I'm having. Fewer than 1 in 3 American adults know a transgender person. And I'm sure that for many people in my life, like my uncle, I am the only trans person they know. When Trump speaks, they see my face. But I see too many faces to count. The faces of my friends, my coworkers, all but 3 of the people I've had sex with. My roommate, who I held as he cried in our living room when his passport came back with the wrong gender marker, and of so many of the people in my community whose names I don't know, but I see at so many of the stupid little events that we frequent. To me, it's not just one face. It's too many faces to count. But we won't have to worry about how we're remembered if we can stop them from eradicating us in the first place. This protest is nice, don't get me wrong, but let's be clear, this is not activism. This is a starting point. You don't get to go home and pat yourself on the back for being such a fucking good ally. Activism looks like boycotting and divesting, and sometimes activism is breaking unjust laws.
Yes.
It's not allowing ICE to take the people from your neighborhood.
No.
If you're cis, that means getting yourself a prescription for HRT and distributing it to the trans people in your community. It means giving us jobs and food and money and resources and not letting the cops take us away.
Jeremy took care of the
And
trolls.
finally, we on the left love to tout this fun little sentiment that our love is stronger than their hate. And that's cute and all, but you know what else is stronger than their hate? My hate.
Yes, certainly.
So, to the cops, to the IDF, to ICE, to Republicans,
You're the one
to
started
bigots,
now.
and to billionaires, I hate you, motherfucker. Thank you.
One more time for Sonny LaPrade. Something she got me thinking about that I wanted to forward you as well. You can find more information linked on my story. But Friday, February 28th, we are having a 24-hour economic blackout. No fast food, no gas. Show the people what power you have. With that, if I can turn my page well with gloves on because it's cold, I would like to bring up our next person. She is a New York City comedian and a friend of ours. Give it up for Madeline Murphy!
Thank you guys so much for being here today. I really appreciate it. Thank you to Laura and Matt and everyone who organized this. This is amazing. I know that Matt was talking a while ago about how so many things are happening at once that we feel overwhelmed. So I kind of just want to focus on one thing. And I know it's very sad, but I do want to talk about it with you today. I want to talk about Sam Nordquist, who I think we all know, who was a young trans man who was brutally murdered in Canandaigua, New York. And I don't want to go into the details about the horrific things that happened. I don't think we should speak about that or speak the names of the people who were profoundly evil who harmed him. But I would like to speak about the person that Sam was. And I read a lot about it from his mom. Sam worked at a home for adults with disabilities, and he loved dancing with them. He brought continuous joy and positivity to his work. Sam loved nature and animals, especially his 2 cats, Pumpkin and Storm. And he loved TikTok and smoking weed, which, same here. And part of the reason that I really want to talk about is that part of the reason that Sam's mother and sister could not fly out from Minnesota to New York to help him even when they knew that something was wrong was because his mother also worked at a group home for people with disabilities, and people who work helping people with disabilities in America are woefully underpaid, and thus she did not have the funds to save her child And that is because we do not care about people with disabilities in America. We do not care about children in America, and anyone who works to help them does not have the decency of a living wage. Sam also went to the Social Security offices in Canandaigua, New York, and the police did not help him, so I don't want to hear the police say what a horrific crime this was when they wouldn't take the time or the resources to help to prevent it. I hate to hear them say that. When Black people are murdered in America, something that still happens far too often at an extreme rate by the police or by other hateful people, there is often rhetoric that these people deserved what they got because they were not model citizens, as if lynching someone is justifiable if that person has a criminal record. But you do not have to be the perfect person to deserve a life. You do not have to be the perfect person to deserve safety, and you do not have to be a perfect person to deserve freedom from harm and torture and murder. You do not need to be a perfect person to deserve the same rights that we as white people have here in America. Sam's story hit me very hard because my family lives in that part of New York, and I have spent many summers by Canandaigua Lake, swimming for hours, feeling fully safe and at peace. Sorry, my hair. This is not a luxury that trans Black people are afforded, safety and peace. Even in blue states where we, white queers, might feel we are safe. I spend a lot of time worrying about my wife's safety, and I wonder what I can do to protect them and what I could do to protect our future child. I often feel a sense of despair and hopelessness. When you have no money and no power, it is very easy to feel this way. But even if I am poor and I have no money to give, I always have my voice. And we all have our voices, and we all have each other. And we must always take care of each other. All right, I gotta go because we're running out of time. But I would like to end by reading a caption from one of Sam's TikToks. Just a short thing from it. I can now visualize that a life full of love, happiness, and peace is what I want for my future. Proud to be a trans man, believe in yourself. And I want us to all believe in ourselves and to protect Black trans people, to protect all trans people. Thank you.
Thank you, Madeline Murphy. Reject Project 2025. Keep democracy alive. Reject Project 2025. Keep democracy alive. Thank you guys so much. We have another speaker coming right up. Their name is, I can turn page as well. They are a fantastic New York City comedian. Give a round of applause for Kendra Dawsey.
Hi everyone, thank you for being here today. I'm just a stand-up comedian. I'm used to being a silly little guy. But if anyone takes something positive from my words, then that is good. This administration has already done a number on us. Just in my circle, I have friends who have suddenly had to relocate from the cities that they called home for years because of unjust return to office policies. Friends who have received the wrong gender markers on their passports, leaving them vulnerable to anti-trans discrimination and violence. And friends who are at risk of being deported. And more so than sad or upset, I am incredibly angry. I'm angry that the people I love are being hurt by the worst people imaginable. But looking out here, I see a lot of people who do want to make a better world, no matter how dire the circumstances may seem. We are in the middle of the largest wealth transfer from the working class and the common person to a bunch of evil billionaires. The United States seeks to destabilize our lives, to drain everyone of their resources and eliminate those that they consider disposable, like trans people, undocumented immigrants, and people with disabilities. There are a lot of people who do not want to meet the reality of the current moment because it scares them, and it is scary, but we are knee-deep in fascism, and we have been for quite some time. But if you are here today, it means that you are still here despite our government's best efforts, and you have a duty to help others who are being targeted by the state by any means necessary. We must defeat these enemies of the people. More so than affirming the validity of my trans community, my undocumented community, and others, I want to make an oath that I will fight to the death for you. In these times, I look to the struggles of our forefathers, those who have fought against fascism and colonialism. And I lost my pace. I'm so sorry. And I look to the lessons that they have learned and taught to us. I look to the brave people of Palestine who show resistance every day. I know the task in front of us is hard, but it is not impossible. And when I see all of you, I see people not just with passion and a sense of justice, but with skills that can be used to help their communities. If you know about mechanics, childcare, cooking, hacking, government websites, all of that, you too can help with the revolution. It does not need to be grand gestures. Sometimes it's just a single step. Indeed, small gestures of many made out of love and a sense of community will be the way to defeat those who are against us. It will probably also be helpful to learn a little bit of self-defense, but you didn't hear that from me. I will say though, if a Nazi gets punched, my first reaction is, am I supposed to feel sorry for that bitch? I don't. And if you are not fueled by a sense of hope and love for your friends and community, spite also works. And I do have a lot of spite. I'll be damned if I let a terminally uncool white South African get what he wants. In this world, no. So I fight for my friends, I fight for my family, including my wife and my mother and father and 2 cats. And I fight for the liberation of all people internationally. What we do to not just save ourselves, to save people around the world here, it will affect around the world. Everything you do to fight against fascism here, it helps people in Congo, people in Palestine, and make sure that people are not being negatively affected. So you should do everything, you should do anything you can by all means possible, not just boycott, even though that's very important. Every single moment of our lives must be, we must do something to really defeat these evil motherfuckers. So, thank you everyone for listening. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you guys so much. Give it up one more time for Kendra Dawsey. We have another fantastic speaker coming up. She is a political street theater artist. Give a huge, huge cheer for Liz Morgan.
The revolution is not a spectator sport. Say it with me. The revolution is not a spectator sport. One more time. The revolution is not a spectator sport. Again, my name is Liz Morgan. I work for an organization called Theater of the Oppressed, NYC. We partner with advocacy orgs all over the city. And we've been talking here for quite some time. We all know what's wrong, but I think a big question is, what are we going to do about it? And Theater of the Oppressed is all about rehearsing for the revolution, right? Yep. If you can know your rights, but if you haven't practiced what you're going to say when the cops knock at your door, when ICE knocks at your friend's door, we're not ready. So we're going to do a little bit of rehearsal, right? We're going to play some weird theater games that I promise will get you thinking about building solidarity. But I want to talk to you a little bit about the origins of Theater of the Oppressed. Theater of the Oppressed was created by a man, a theater director, who was watching the oppression of people in rural Brazil. This man was from the city, and he saw these landless farmers whose land had been taken over by a dictatorship, right? Sounding familiar, history rhymes, right? So he saw all of this happening, and he said, well, I'm going to make a play about it. I'm going to make a play about this oppression of these other people, and I'm going to bring it to them and inspire them to revolt. So that's what he did. Took his theater troupe, and they performed this play, and at the end they said, and we must spill our blood to save our land. The farmers were so inspired, they leapt to their feet, and one farmer in particular said, okay, you said let's spill our blood, come with us. Let's go start the revolution. And this man, this theater director, Augusto Boal, was like, well, I don't know about that. I'm just a theater director, and these are just actors. And they were like, well, okay, that's all right, but like, we can do this. You know, we have real weapons. And they're like, oh, well, you know, I think we actually have to catch our train back to the city. And Augusto Boal left very ashamed and needed to think about, well, what am I doing if I am proposing solutions that I am not willing to take myself? What am I doing here? So I'm posing that question to all of us here, right? We're talking, we're getting excited. I do not want us going home and letting this energy die. You have probably been standing next to people for hours that you haven't even connected with. And so that's what we're gonna practice right now. Can I get maybe 2 volunteers somewhere around here? Right here, you just come, yeah. We got this thing. Maybe I will actually take this down to some of you. No, that's okay. You didn't sign up for match. Actually, we're gonna go back. I didn't even ask if I could bring this microphone down here. All right. So, can you two shake hands? Introduce yourselves to one another. Great. No, and actually, I want you to freeze. Hold this handshake, and I don't want you to let go of this handshake until each of you have another hand to shake hands with. So each of you have introduced yourselves to one another. Yeah, and actually, you all can all start doing it too. But you cannot let go of the person that you just met until you shake hands with somebody else.
They already met you.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Crazy. I'll figure it.
Don't let go of the person you are shaking hands with until you have met someone else. I see some of y'all trying to cheat. And see how many people you can meet in the next 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, I hope shaking up that energy felt a little better. And again, it's a small step, but I really want to remind everybody here to start connecting to the advocacy groups in this city that are doing this work. If you care about the unhoused and the homeless, there are advocacy groups working on that. Find out how to get involved. Volunteer with the groups working on criminal justice. We have to close Rikers, not collaborate with ICE, Eric Adams. So start connecting the issues that you have to the issues of these other groups, but we are not siloed. I'm going to yield my time because I know we have other people to get to, but thank you all so much.
Thank you so much, Liz. I also want to give a shout out to Laura High, who's the main organizer here. I am not a good organizer. Literally, while we were shaking hands, I was like, "Oh, I have bad circulation. I'm glad that I get to shake someone's hand and I'm getting the warmth." But she's the one who taught me to, look out for ice cream trucks, as we say. Look them out. Let our people know. Let the community know what's going on. And events like this is how I find out about so many wonderful groups and so many activities. Thank you guys for getting together and being part of this. Thank you so much. And with that, it is my pleasure to bring up our next speaker. You've probably seen him on TikTok. You've seen him bashing moms for lib. And
Nice.
give a round of applause for Walter Maskerson.
Oh, shit. Nice. Okay. That's awesome.
Thank you, guys.
This is Lola. She's
Oh my God, I gotta meet him.
Anti-fascist. She does not want to be here. So listen, one of the things that frustrates me, and it must frustrate a lot of you. A lot of people say, I wish I could help, but I live in a blue state. I live in a blue city. And it's extremely frustrating to me because this is New York City. District 2 has been taken over by Moms for Liberty. It is one of our largest school districts. It is at the epicenter to this city. It has been taken over by Moms for Liberty and Place NYC. And wherever you are, there's a chance to show up. Your zip code. I think America's waking up to the fact that their zip code does not protect them, right? Yeah. And you can show up wherever you are, whether it's to, yell at fascists, whether it's to yell
at your democratically elected representative that thinks, you know, since we lost the election, maybe it's okay to throw trans people under the bus. Maybe it's okay to, you know, throw this part of Gaza under the bus. Maybe it's okay to just throw marginalized people under the bus. You know, we can show up to primaries. We can show up to their town hall. We can show up to school boards. There's this group, some of you might know it. It has an anarchist structure. They have chapters in every town, city, state in this country. And they teach people, hey, get involved locally at the smallest level of government, whether it's your school board or city council, and you can make a difference. That's an inspiring message, right? Yeah? The name of that group is called Moms for Liberty. Okay? They should not have a more inspiring message of civic activism and civic engagement than everyone else. If their message for civic engagement and civic activism is more inspiring than yours, it's more inspiring than mine, you know, then we need to reflect. We need to change what we're doing, and we need to get involved everywhere, because they're getting involved everywhere. They're showing up to primaries. They're showing up to elections. They're showing up to school boards. I've spent the last several years traveling around the United States at random school boards. They're at the school board everywhere. They show up, and we have to show up as well. Sometimes, you know, it's very uncomfortable to show up. Sometimes you have to show up to elections and pull the lever for a candidate that you really don't like. And I try to remind myself, I'm not always electing my representative. Sometimes I'm showing up to elect my opponent. So thank you for everyone that showed up today.
Thank you, Walter, very, very much, and thank you. Lola is the dog. I was about to say cat. I am hyper. Friends, our next speaker needs no introduction, but I'm going to give a hell of an introduction anyway. She is a world-renowned drag superstar. You've seen her on RuPaul's Drag Race. You've seen her political activism. She is the national co-chair of Drag Out the Vote. She uses her art and activism of drag. Give a huge New York City round of applause for Britta Felter. How we feeling? Now listen, we are here today because we refuse to be silent. We refuse to let history repeat itself. We refuse to stand by while fascism creeps back into the very fabric of our democracy. Because let's be clear, this isn't about politics, mama. This isn't about parties. This is about survival. We have watched the Trump administration and MAGA enablers strip away rights, sow division, and weaponize hatred. They try to tell us who we can love, what we can read, what we can say, and what we can do with our own bodies. They try to erase us. They try to silence us, control us. But what they fail to understand is that we have never been the kind of people to bow down. Fascism does not start with armies in the streets. No, baby, it starts with silencing the artists. It starts with banning the books. It starts with demonizing the marginalized, rewriting history, attacking democracy. It starts when they tell us that our very existence is the problem. That if we just tone it down and if we just stay in our lane, that maybe they'll leave us alone. Well, baby, I have news for them. We are not toning it down. We are
are going to turn it up. We know exactly what is at stake, and we have seen what happens when we let fear win. And I don't know about you, but I refuse to let our future be dictated by fascists who long for a past that never existed. To those who tell us to play it safe, to be careful, to not rock the boat, I say let's burn the whole fucking boat down. And let's build a new boat where we all have a seat. Because fascism thrives on fear, and the one thing they fear the most, a united, loud, and fearless movement. Maybe they can gerrymander, they can suppress votes, they can try to legislate us out of existence, but what they cannot do is erase our power. So, let's be loud. Let's be visible. Let's make sure they know that we will not go back to the days of silence and submission. We will organize. We will march. We will vote. And when they come for us, we will stand together and say, not today, not tomorrow, not ever. Because fascism does not win when we fight like hell. Now listen, we need to turn this protest into action. We need to turn this energy into momentum. And let's send a message that is loud enough for us to hear us at the White House, in Congress, and in every back room where they plot against our rights. Because listen, we are here, we are queer, we are powerful, and honey, we are not going anywhere. So now let's keep marching. Hit it. I'm gonna do a number. Turn it up.
You gonna live to see the future that you fight for. Maybe no one gets to reach that perfect day. If the work is never over, then how do you keep marching anyway? Do you carry a pen as far as you can, rewriting the world with your imperfect pen, till the next stubborn girl picks it up in a picket line over and over again, and you join in the chorus of centuries, chanting to her. The path will be twisted and risky and slow, but keep marching, keep marching. Will you fail or prevail? Well, you may never know, but keep marching, cause your ancestors are all the proof you need that progress is possible, not guaranteed. It will only be made if we keep marching more. Keep marching more. And remember every mother that you can raise. Learn as much from our successes as our mistakes. Don't forget you're merely one of many others on the journey every generation makes. We did not end in justice, and neither will you. But still we make strides, so we know you can too. Make peace with our incomplete power and use it for good, cause there's so much to do. There is so much to do. And the loss is too large. Keep on, keep on. Really agree with whoever's in charge. Keep on, keep on, cause your ancestors are all the proof you need that progress is possible. watching on. Keep watching on. Keep watching on. Keep watching on. Keep watching. Twisted, ever risky and slow. The world can be changed with time before. So keep watching, watching, watching.
Keep marching, y'all.
Another time for Brita Filter, everyone. And I think I speak for everyone when I say, give me back my outfit. What was that? Had an opportunity, had to do it. Friends, we have 2 more speakers. Is that all right with you guys? Thank you guys so much. You can find out more information at refusefascism.org. Where is it? Refusefascism.org. Thank you guys very much. He is a longtime revolutionary and communist. Give a round of applause for Travis Morales. Thank you very much for this opportunity today to speak with folks. Now, let's make some noise. No Trump, no KKK, no fascist USA.
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 I've got some questions for people today. Do you accept immigrants being rounded up like escaped slaves and deported?
No!
Do you accept the demonization and erasure of trans people?
No!
Do you accept women's rights being stripped away and reduced to handmaids, breeders of children?
No!
Do you accept the elimination of DEI and its replacement by white supremacy?
No!
Do you accept Trump's drill, baby, drill, pouring gasoline on a burning earth?
No!
Do you accept says is the law?
No!
Then I have a big question. Do you accept fascism?
No!
Then I want everyone to raise your fist in the air and repeat after me. No!
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 In the name of humanity!
In the name of humanity!
We refuse to accept a fascist America!
We refuse to accept a fascist America!
The fascist Trump regime must go!
The fascist Trump regime must go!
Now, I have another question.
Do people, tell me honestly, do people actually think that we can drive out this fascist regime and defeat this onslaught of fascism? Yes. And I got some more questions. Do you believe that the Democrats who told you the week before the election that Trump was a fascist, and who then told you after the election that we should accept this, do you think they're going to stop this? No! Do you think the Supreme Court that is packed with a supermajority of fascists is going to stop this? No! Then who's going to stop it? That's right. That's right. Think of Arab Spring 2011. People came out day after day, and long-standing fascist regimes were toppled. That's what we have to do. Think about 2020, when an estimated 16 million people took to the streets in this country. We got to do that. But we can't do like we do too much. We have to do like the other people in these other countries who don't say, oh, I'm going to go for one day. This is it. No, we have to do it day after day after day. And that is what Refuse Fascism is all about. Go to our website, refusefascism.org. Sign up and volunteer. Everybody from every point of view who does not accept a fascist America needs to be part of a movement to drive out this fascist Trump regime. And join us in Washington, D.C. on March 4th, Tuesday, as Trump addresses in a Nuremberg-style rally both houses of Congress. We are going to be out there near the Capitol to proclaim to humanity, no, in the name of humanity, we refuse to accept a fascist America. The Trump fascist regime must go. March 7th, we'll be at the Stand Up for Science rallies and marches. And on the 8th, we'll be at the Women's March. So join us. Go online to our website. Go back to our table back there. Sign up. Because look, we're in a historic time. These people are on an accelerated course to install fascism. Steve Bannon told you. He says we're coming out with muzzle velocity. Every day we hit them with 3 things. They respond at 1 and we get over with the other 2. This is what they're doing. We do not have much time, but we have tens of millions of people in this country who hate what they're doing, and we need them out in the streets. Every decent person, and that's half the country, every decent person needs to refuse fascism at school, in the streets, in the hospitals, in the churches, and it's going to take sacrifice. I know that. Jobs, schools, we could pay a heavy price. We may even pay the price of our lives, our safety. But is it worth it to drive out this fascist regime for the sake of humanity? Yes! Then in closing, I have a lot more to say, but I'm not going to say it. In closing, we're going to have a Zoom call tonight at 7 o'clock. If you want to be on that Zoom call, come talk to me, okay? Because we're going to put our heads together and make plans for these events I talked about, but very importantly, how we're going to draw the millions and tens of millions of people out into the streets to stop this MAGA Trump fascism. So in closing, fists in the air. We're making a pledge here. No! 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 In the name of humanity. In the name of humanity. We refuse to accept. We refuse to accept a fascist America. A fascist America. The Trump fascist regime must go. The Trump fascist regime must go. 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 Thank you.
Thank you, Travis Morales.
Guys, I got to keep it short because we have a very important final speaker. Give it up for our final speaker. Woo! Oh. All right, now you can hear me. Yes? Give it up for Tech. Guys, our final speaker, no more introduction. Give it up for Mr. Jones X. What up, New York? Hey, listen, I'm gonna try not to get emotional, but these are emotional times.
You sure are.
A good friend once told me, you have to change their hearts before you can change their minds. To be honest with you, I didn't come here to change hearts and minds. I came here to speak truth. My truth. The truth of Black and Indigenous people. The truth of the queer community. The truth of women and children. The truth of the poor and unhoused. The truth of this nation. We came here today to speak out and fight against the uprising of fascism in the U.S. But the truth is, for many of us, especially Black and Indigenous people, this has always been a fascist nation. From the moment the colonizer's ship touched the shore of Turtle Island, the foundation of this country was built on genocide, enslavement, and repression. What we are witnessing today, the book bans, the forced pregnancies, the targeting of immigrants, the dismantling of civil rights, the erasure of trans identities, the police state. That is not the arrival of fascism. That is simply the latest iteration of a system that has always been in place for us. James Baldwin said, not everything that is faced can be changed, but nothing can be changed until it is faced. I was asked today to speak out about the fight against fascism as if it were something new. But as a Black man, as Indigenous people, as queer people whose very existence defies the lie of white supremacy, we know that fascism is not new. It has been here since the birth of this nation. It is not my charge to reckon with America's sins. It is not the charge of Black people, Indigenous people, immigrants, the poor, the trans, or the oppressed. We have already faced the truth. We have lived it. We have carried its weight in our bodies, in our history, in our families. We have buried our ancestors under it, raised our children despite it, and built this country with blood-stained hands, while those who held the whip reaped the rewards. We have never had the luxury of looking away. For centuries, Black people have led the fight for liberation, from the first enslaved Africans who rebelled, to the indigenous warriors who refused to be erased, to the labor movements, the civil rights leaders, the freedom fighters, the organizers, the dreamers, the radicals, to the very first pride that took place just a few blocks down the road. We have fought not just for ourselves, but for everyone. But it's past time, long past time, for white America to face the truth. Because we did not create this monster. They did. White America built this system. White America profited the most from it. White America turned genocide into prosperity, stolen labor into generational wealth, and oppression into law. And now it's white America's job to clean its own fucking house. While books are being banned, will you speak the truth?
Yes.
While they criminalize protests, will you still march?
Yes.
While they come for immigrants, will you stand between them and their oppressors?
Yes.
While they target the poor, will you fight for the working class?
Yes.
While they try to erase history, will you be the one to remember?
Yes.
While they try to commit genocide against our trans brothers and sisters, will you lay down and stay?
Yes.
This is not time for spectators. It's not time for neutrality. It's not time for cowardice. Because let me be clear, fascism is not coming. Fascism is here.
Yeah.
Say it again.
And if white America does not destroy the monster it created, then the rest of us will suffer under its reign again. I feel I must be clear about one thing. Accountability is not persecution.
Yes.
While Black, Indigenous, and marginalized people demand that this country take responsibility, it is not an attack. It is the bare fucking minimum. If you feel uncomfortable, you should. If you feel called out, you should. Because this fight does not belong to us alone. It belongs to you, the ones who claim to care, the ones who say they believe in freedom.
Audre Lorde warned us, the master's tools will never dismantle the master's house. America cannot rely on the systems of power created to dismantle fascism. It cannot be done through moderation, through silence, through waiting for someone else to act. That is why Huey P. Newton understood when he built the Rainbow Coalition, not as a symbol, but as a strategy. Liberation requires radical, uncompromising unity across race, class, gender, and creed.
Yes.
Because when the ruling class weaponizes division, solidarity is our only shield,
Yes.
our only sword.
Yes.
So I ask you, will you fight? Or will you let history repeat itself?
No.
There is no neutral ground. Silence is complicit. Inaction is a choice.
Thank you very much to Mr. Jones X. Thank you to all of our wonderful speakers, our acts, the organizers. We met a lot of people here today. If you haven't already, get some contacts with people that you met here today. Stay connected, form a tight web of people. And last but not least, to bring it out, we have the Trans Entertainment Guild who are going to close us out on one final number. Does that sound good? No justice?
No peace.
No justice?
No peace.
No justice?
No peace.
Thank you guys very much. My name is Lucas Arnold. Your names are your beautiful names. Thank you for being here.
We're reduced in numbers because people have to go to work. Fuck capitalism.
Yeah, sing along with us.
Yeah, sing along. We're not going to take it.
We're not going to take it.
We're not going to take it.
We're not gonna take it. No, we ain't gonna take it. We're not gonna take it anymore. We got the right to choose it. There ain't no way we're losing. This is our life. This is our song. We'll fight the powers that be just. Don't pick our destiny, cause you don't know us, you don't belong. We're not gonna take it. No, we're gonna take it. We're not gonna take it anymore. Oh, you're so condescending. Your goal is never ending. We don't want nothing, not a thing from you. Your life is tried and jaded, boring and confiscated. If that's your best won't do. We're not gonna take it. No, we're gonna take it. We're not gonna take it anymore. We're not gonna take it. No, we're gonna take it. We're not gonna take it anymore. One more time. We're not gonna take it. No, we ain't gonna take it. We're not gonna take it anymore. Thanks so much,
All right, so that's it, y'all. Our first protest live stream. I hope you guys enjoyed yourselves. We tried to do our best with all the stuff that we had. Again, please like, subscribe, share this video with your friends. Let them know that people are doing things about what's going on in this country. We're not just sitting by. We're not just doing,
But as a lot of people said today, as a lot of people said today, it's not enough just to show up to protests. We have always wanted, Jeremy and I have always wanted to do more than just speak. We want to be part of something, and the way to do that is to do something when the cameras are off.
Yeah.
And I think that was what we took from this the most. We got to do more. We can't just speak. We can't just yell. We have to do something. Get someone involved. Get someone knowing something they've never heard before. Spread all of the videos you could find about people being anti-fascist and doing what they can to defend people who can't defend themselves. Because white guys, we have to stand up. We have to do this.
Yep.
It's not everyone else's responsibility to fix this mess. They're going to fight, but we have to fight too. We have to watch out for everyone. We learned so much today, hearing from people who are suffering right now. And that's the most important thing.
So again, just if you guys appreciate what we do, you can, because we don't do ad revenue, stuff like that on a lot of our videos because of how we talk, we get in trouble with YouTube. So we do rely on donations, small dollar donations. But if you can't donate, just subscribe to the channel, share the videos. It helps us with the algorithm because, of course, left-wing radical left thugs like us, our content gets suppressed. And the only way we're going to break through the algorithm is if you guys help us out and share this video. So we love you all. Don't ever fucking forget that. We love you all. We would not be here without you. Thank you for all your support. And now I'm going to end the stream. Have a good rest of your day. If I can figure out how to end the stream.
It's still on, and I'm going to talk to nobody.
Yep. All right. There we go. Click. Click.